Hello, and welcome back, my wonderful tome readers. Ignore the Pokemon trainer, who I forgot to turn off from from the last stream. As we continue, of the Devil. Let me see. We'll start up with another quick refresher from what happened last time. Well, technically 2 streams ago, we ended on someone taking a shot on my client. Immediately after that was the next stream where we picked up speaking with the judge, Emma, the representing the city, and one of the detectives, namely Detective London, who shot the person taking a shot at my guy. Sorry. Let's see, and we discussed it with them, and it was within our rights to declare a mistrial, and we decided that would be much, much worse for our client. Because, you see, we took a look at the evidence, and if it comes to light that, our client is suspected of being a mass-murdering serial killer known as the Hound of the Ikaria, there would never be a unbiased jury ever again. We would be able to wash our hands of this case, in the eyes of the Ikaria perhaps, but it'd be much, much harder for Sosuke to get out of it. So we continued on, got a media blackout from the judge to go through, and, found out that the person who took a shot at Sosuke was not even a cop. They were dressed like a cop, but they had a hacked ID card to get into the building, and a mod that fired some, tooth enamel type material, as if a bullet, directly at him. Missed, thankfully, but whew. And then there's a bunch of other stuff between that and seeing this guy again, namely going to the crime scene for the second time. No one knows about the first time, so it doesn't count, doesn't happen. But yeah, we took a look at that, found out a few more pieces of evidence that Emma has probably not seen until they were registered to the ARCs. And we started going down the rabbit hole of the Little Lord. Sorry for the coughing, I'll explain that a bit after the wrap-up summary. So, for those of you who saw some of the recent streams, the Little Lord, it's not quite a fairy tale. It's an urban legend of the Blue Blood Gang, who had been so unceremoniously wiped out by the Ikarias 30 years in the past. The Little Lord is it's something to hold hope for, as they had tied up a lot of their assets in banks with a very secure password that requires, blood of the account holder or their family. And when all that family got wiped out, well, got a lot harder to get to that money. Little Lord is a supposed survivor out there somewhere whose blood would be able to open said accounts. And we found out, and this is the big twist, so I can give anyone who wants to see it themselves either through the VODs or playing yourself 5 seconds to go away or be spoiled forevermore. 3, 2, 1. And the Little Lord does exist. In fact, I called it last stream, in that it was our defendant, Sosuke, because of this man right here, the current chairman of House Ikaria's public-facing companies. Yes, he was part of the slaughter of the Blue Blood Gang's members 30 years ago, and the last person he was set to kill on his hit list was a mother of only days, multiple days old child, who he claims he sought to spare, because leaving that hope out on a hook for the surviving Blue Bloods to plan around, hope to one day find a surviving Little Lord to access their bank accounts again. Well, he hoped that hook would keep them from actually organizing not a counter, a revenge play, trying to get back at the Ikarias. And Sarah called bullshit on that. It's like, if that is true, if you wanted this little lord to be safe and secure as a potential hostage that you could reveal at any time, why would you allow him to become trained as the house's assassin? Why would you not do everything you could to keep him safe? And insinuating that, Daisuke might have... I almost said caught feelings for him, but that sounds like romantic. Started to care for the boy as his own child. To which Daisuke took great offense at. It's like, how dare you accuse me of caring for a pawn the same as family? Shut up your ad the rightful way and just rip out her voice box. In more business-like terms, but more or less that's what he suggested we do with Sarah. So, the Silver Fox as he is, or a farmer as he is, that's strike one in my book, personally. Who's to say how many strikes in Morgan's? But yeah, I'm thinking about the same. It's like one of the few things we know about Sosuke's past in detail, well, in some detail, is that he was allowed to serve in the military. It's like, I'm sorry, House Ikaria, with this little piece of potential hostage in the future, a hostage who has sworn loyalty to them, allowed to go into the field of battle and potentially lose not only his life, but the very blood needed to access those accounts. That's not a choice they would have made out of cold, emotionless strategy. That's the sort of choice they would have allowed out of caring for someone. They could have made something up. It's like, nah, you serve House Ikaria. We're not risking you either being captured by an enemy force to be ransomed, and thus a loss to the family, or to find someone else to follow amongst your company. They could have made up excuses like that, but they didn't. They let him serve. So I'm thinking Daisuke does care very much for our boy, formerly Blue Blood. Whether or not that will assist this case or further hinder it, hoping that he can remain, himself, hoping that he can remain stoic enough to not give away the game. That remains to be seen. One second. And literally after that meeting, we get where we currently are, which is facing down Mirai, who, if I recall... Oh, wait. It might actually say... I think she is Makoto's mother. Mirai... Does not say. It's either Makoto's mother or aunt. Definitely part of the Ikaria. But yeah, that's where we'll be picking up this second discussion with them. The first one was them passing along a little hint that we were supposed to give to Sosuke. It's like, hey, if you see an out, go for it. Sacrifice yourself. Which, of course, we did not give to him correctly. And that's where we'll pick up. Now, as explanation for the bit of coughing I'm being forced to do, and which will probably affect the voices I attempt to do this time. One more. Excuse me. I got a temp job for the rest of this week, pretty much today and the next 2 days. And part of it, majority of it, actually, is outside. For those of you in the Midwest like myself, you've probably also been suffering from the extreme cold and storms, from the cold front coming out of the north and a warm front out of the south to really fuck things over for us. In my specific region, it is dry as hell. There is very little moisture in the air just going out of the house. I have a humidifier going to help keep me from drying up like a mummy. We got We got half an inch of snow the other day, which just further sucked moisture out of the air. It was dry snow. It would not stick to each other, and it slowly melted and refroze to ice for a few days, which is not a major thing. I'm just trying to make it clear it is dry as hell. And apparently, a few days before, it's been very windy at the place I am helping pick up trash for. Help keep things clean and sanitary for the neighborhood so it doesn't all blow away. And the trash has been piling up overnight, each night, and getting covered in a fine layer of dirt and dust. And as part of picking up that trash, I am forced to breathe in at least some of it, because I cannot just hold my breath for the entire 8 hours we are given to work. I have showered after getting home from work, and it was just gray for like 15 seconds. Gray water washing off. I have thoroughly blown my nose as best I can, and I'm no longer, spitting up gray loogies of dust. But goddamn, I don't know if it's psychosomatic or there is still some like fine powder coating the back of my throat, but sometimes just sets off and I have to cough. So I apologize. I will probably fail to mute most of it because sometimes it just catches me off guard. But I'm going to do my best because it's a really interesting story and I don't want to skip a week of it. It's why this is the weekly, and I've been going back and forth on the Look Outside and Too Many Types game. It's because this is my favorite kind of mystery. A fair play mystery. All the pieces are out there for the player to pick up on, to piece things together. I mean, it has to be. It needs to be solvable. As opposed to some of the Ace Attorney game moments, or Danganronpa, or what's the other game this takes inspiration from? Umaneko, I think. All of which are very investigative-based mystery-type puzzles. But sometimes the things you need to bring out as proof of an accusation you have, it feels just very out of nowhere. Like you kind of have to know things before bring this proof out. But this game, it's all out there for you to read. In fact, there's all that and more for you to read. I mean, heck, part of the way we get chips to gamble with as part of the court proceedings mechanic is we read articles and then we answer like one question to make sure we have enough media literacy to understand it. So, yeah, it's fair in that the reader can also potentially figure out the answer before the game outright says it. And I love that. I love fair play mysteries. It is unfortunate that they're so hard to set up and write, especially for an interactive format like this. And I'm trying to enjoy it as much as possible with all of you. So with just one more sip, we'll continue our story with Mirai here. I assume we're still in the Makoto complex just because of this background. So also you figure out Sosuke. Yes. Though not intentionally. I did admit last stream, I came to that conclusion just because, like, narratively, that would be so satisfying. Especially, and I can't bring up the profile to show, like, his color scheme, but I'll, let's see, Daisuke, Sosuke. His hair is not cyan. It's like a really dark blue-green, which is strange because Ikaria's house colors is yellow. And part of his backstory that he told us is that he comes from a branch family that no longer has authority or power. So he got adopted into the main Ikarias. But that doesn't make sense because, I mean, brown hair is probably all their thing. Their primary color, especially for the silhouette, is yellows, or in the case of Makoto, the young heir, kind of like burnt sienna type red. But still, very much not blue, let alone blue-green. But yeah, like I said, it's still fair play mystery. The clues were there. to, at the very least, inspire the thought of, like, what if our client is the heir to a massive fortune that is only out of his grasp because he doesn't know which banks to go to? Yeah, let's see what Mirai has to say. Stoic and Cruella de Vil type cigarette smoker. I have no idea what that's called. Why is it not clicking through? Okay, there it is. Is it safe to assume everyone in your family has severe trust issues? I have no issues with trust myself. But as you've seen, the house has very particular preferences when it comes to information siloing. Siloing? Whatever. Fancy words. You could have just told me who you are. I told you my name and my position in the house. Is it relevant that I'm married? That I'm a mother? Should I be flattered? You told me you work for Aurea Holdings. You didn't mention you're at least the second most powerful member of the house. If I had to tell people that, it wouldn't really be true now, would it? You told me your relationship to Sosuke. He guarded you every day of your life up until you were 19. 19. He's your goddamn brother. So that message you wanted me to pass along. If you see a way out, take it. You want him to try and make a deal with the Blue Bloods to get out from under the house. If Sosuke merely gave them what they wanted, I'm sure there would be dozens of Blue Bloods ready to confess to the crimes he is accused of. So you knew. And if you thought he could parse that message, that means Sosuke. He's not an unintelligent man, merely stubborn about all the most frustrating things. Okay. Alright, first, your father? Back up. Okay, yeah, her father. Back up a moment. Your father didn't want me uncovering Sosuke's parentage. Most likely because he didn't want Sosuke to know the strength of his own bargaining position. But you told me to pass Sosuke a message that he'd only understand if he already knew who his parents were. So how long has he known? How long have you known he's known? Oh, but don't forget, how long have you known that he's known that you've known that he's known? Which is where we're going to end that, because I don't have the breath to say it with the stuff he knows. And when did Daisuke cease knowing who knows what? Yes, Sarah. Very intuitive. Around the time Sosuke left for the military. Oh, the thing to find out is your entrance physical. It was before he left for the military, actually. Did that influence his decision? Sosuke finds out he could be the richest man in the city, and then he wants to risk dying in battle? Quite the guilty class consciousness. I don't know exactly what did or didn't influence his decision to join the military back then. You'd have to ask him. Sorry. You were the heir apparent up until Makoto was born. All that time, Sosuke was your bodyguard and driver and poison taster, though that would most often entail me giving him concoctions to try. But his assignment actually ended when I married. Subtract Makoto's age, that had to have been over a decade ago. So he joined the military the moment he didn't have to shadow you anymore. After he got back, he asked to become the Hound. I must really hate guard duty. He must. Ooh, there's more to it than that. What do the Blue Bloods want from Sosuke precisely? A blood donation? One sample will not suffice. They need to be able to validate their counts whenever called for. Daily blood donations, then. I told you, the whole guard want to become nobility. How do they cement alliances amongst the aristocracy of old? They want Sosuke to marry. But the old guard are old. Sosuke's already got as much blue in his veins as they could ask for. They don't need him to marry into them. They need him to marry into power. Not the worst thing to have asked of you. Have you ever been in an arranged marriage? Ooh. Assuming it's not very good. No, I mean, so many romance novels seem to insinuate that. Sorry, nose blew. Yeah, so many romance novels, actually. That's almost, like, implied for so many historical romance novels. It's like, oh, you're in a loveless arranged marriage, though it has not been consummated yet, because they are merely your betrothed for the moment. Then some stranger from out of town, or with an exotic past, or comes in, and you're like, oh, love, I must let you take the reins of my life. Yeah, ich. Don't call it a gift. I apologize for any gaps in knowledge you've had to work around, but hopefully you now understand how delicate of a situation you found yourself in. Yeah, I can smell the explosives and hear the fuses sizzling. I just don't get why no one's gone over to stomp them out. That is true. It's like, we know Daisuke. Daisuke's grandpa has been out of the loop since Sosuke went to the military. So if Sosuke was doing any kind of forward planning... Excuse me. If Sosuke's known this whole time why the Blue Bloods wanted to capture him, why didn't he tell us? Because he's a stubborn man working for a highly secretive family. That I get. What I don't get is why he didn't defect the moment he learned the truth. Who knows? This might also be just a case of narrative rhyming, but would also be kind of fulfilling in a way. He did serve Mirai here for a number of years up until she got married. He might have loyalty to her due to maybe not romantic feelings, but that bit of commitment, truly feeling more like family than just you were saved by my father, Daisuke. You'll have to work out the rest with him. I've given you all the aid my position allows. I suppose it was kind of you to share information with us at all. Being in charge of the legitimate side of your family, you don't have any connection with this incident yourself. Not quite. No connection with this incident. That's not quite accurate. Pardon. You do have a connection to this case, even if you yourself don't realize it. I found a note by the body of the Blue Blood who took Sosuke captive. It read M. Ikaria. This was one of the men who attacked my son. I'd imagine a note with his name is the least of what you found. They've never been after your son, not once. It's always been about capturing Sosuke, and Makoto's just been in the crossfire. Which Sosuke knows, which explains his reluctance to accept the responsibility of guarding Makoto. So I seriously doubt this dead man was interested in Makoto, Ikaria. Mirai Ikaria, however, has no relation to the world that dead man lived in. That was decided the day she was born. But you do have a relation to Renogen. Ooh, is that how House Ikaria got their hands on, what's it called? Shit, is it part of the terms, perhaps? God, it's all alphabetical. This sucks. Nirvana, that was it. I almost said Paradise, which is close but not quite. So thanks for Burrito. Thank you for just a second too late to have posted chat Nirvana. I appreciate the help. Koto mentioned your family was given one seat on the board as a show of respect. I take it that's a deception too? You may have let Renogen go public, but you've never given up control of it. The rest of the board must be your family's puppets. But that doesn't matter. What matters is what Renogen makes, and the prices it charges. Renogen is best known for the patenting of metinformulin. A patent which expired years ago. Plenty of other companies making it now. That's it. Disgusting. Ugh. Yet the price hasn't gone down. The invisible hand sets price where it will. Sure, but this is your invisible hand. A normal corporation couldn't strong-arm its competitors into keeping prices high. That'd be operating as a cartel. But the reincarnation of the Ikaria drug cartel would know exactly how to go about that without getting caught. If that were true, it'd be much easier than you make it out to be. The right email signature, the right package delivered to the right address, the right look. These executive types scare easy when the perceived threat is anything bordering on the physical. Of course, it helps that the end result is we all profit immensely. But yes, metinformulin is very lucrative. What of it? That dead man, Creek, had a brother with expensive tuition. And Tad. Type 2 abnormal diabetes. He'll need metinformulin for the rest of his life. Then he really ought to choose the proper insurance plan, don't you think? Oh, God. Okay. Hopefully that's the last of the dirt out of my system. Yeah. Disgusting. I don't get the impression that family member coverage is a benefit the Blue Bloods offer. I suppose even the Mob Act has its limits. Yes, one could find the name of M. Ikaria in relation to the Renogen born, if they looked hard enough. So you think this Creek individual was going to threaten me? Come up to me on the street with a knife, a gun? You wouldn't get within 100 meters. I don't doubt that. Now the rest of this is speculation, but he might have just wanted to contact you. That would have been even less likely to succeed. So you truly don't care that his brother needs this medicine? Sosuke is like a brother to you, and you've gone out of your way to try to help him, even when you stand to gain nothing from it. Yes, I wouldn't expect my enemies to be impressed by the effort. How would you feel if they laughed at your effort? Sarah's got a point. And also not very subtly hiding the fact that she's not, in fact, just another ad. My apologies. New android, still adapting to conversation. I imagine getting a bit of a gig, just like smack upside the head. You know what we sold back before Renogen. before the facade nobility, back when we were the Ikaria cartel. Opioids? Yes, it was still legal back then, but not for everyone. Take the exact same compounds, put them in an extended release pill, sell it at the pharmacy. That's just pain management. It's all the same poison, equally addictive whether you get it from a dealer or a doctor. Have you ever seen someone go through opioid withdrawal? It's not good. It's not easy either. Like taking a wine opener to your stomach for 7 days straight, they testified. Pain like that eats people alive, slowly, and replaces them with something unrecognizable. A loving parent would steal from their own child if they thought he could buy them release from that kind of pain. Painkillers, what a joke. Does Renogen produce painkillers? No, we do not. People die if they don't get the medicine they need, and I'm sure their family mourns them. But addicts die a little more every day of their life, till the day they finally fade out forever. And their family feels disgusted with themselves for breathing a sigh of relief. Oh boy, this is real. Plenty of kinds of evil in this world, little girl. Plenty to choose from. For real people like us, if you don't choose, the choice is made for you. Now wipe that look off your face and access the following address. Renogen.main.financing.prescriptionfinancingoptions.outofpocket.apply. You have that memorized, but this portal is not listed or linked to anywhere on the site. I know, but it still works fine. By law, we have to have it, but we can't be blamed if the website is poorly designed. If you know any despondent crybaby college students looking for coupons to help pay for medication, they might want to start there. Thank you. Ooh. Feel a hidden connection between warring parties. Okay. I'm not sure what we found that specifically unlocked this. But I think it was more than the note marked M. Ikaria. Don't thank me. Don't. I can't stand it. Just save Sosuke's life. Again, every time we need to find a way for Sarah's eyes not to just glow red during scene transitions, because it is making me jump. It's like, oh god, this is where she fucking snaps. Fuck. Don't know how you pulled that off. No, I agree with Morgan on this. I did not know those worked with all cap stills. I guess it's nice, but I was hoping I could make a case-sensitive thing for a secret code at one point. Guess that's off the table. Also, thank you for the Wilhelm. What was I going to say? Oh, right. I agree with Morgan. It's like, that was impressive. And considering she did a similar thing with Chairman Daisuke Ikaria, I'm starting to think that Sarah is becoming a bit of a foil of showing human characters what it truly means to be an unfeeling robot, by somehow being the more emotionally mature representative in a given discussion, despite, from all outside appearances, being just another ad. I do like it. It's a good little foil. They do consistently refer to themselves as a house. Yes, Marco, exactly. Can a machine become human? Can a human become human? Or as the meme from Will Smith's I, Robot movie adaptation, it's like, can a robot create art? Can you? It's nothing quite like something that should, by all intents and purposes, lack the very thing you claim to have. Oh my god, she's a character foil just like Data from Star Trek. Yeah. Perhaps they simply value family more than you think. Ooh. Ooh, we got this again. Sosuke. Are we just staring at him until he figures out that we know that he knows that we know he knows? So where should we begin? What do you mean? I'm afraid I don't have anything new to tell you. Stubborn about all the most frustrating things, was it? I'm your lawyer, Sosuke. We are sworn to always do what's best for our clients, their rights, and their privacy. I just noticed his background. It starts yellow at his head, but it goes into the blue-green down here. That's looks like just a lighter shade of what his hair is, to be honest. Damn. To an extent that many consider extreme, we are unable to disclose incriminating or otherwise problematic information that our clients give to us, no matter the circumstances. This whole system is designed to benefit the defendant. So it really upsets me when I find out that my clients are lying to me about vital information that could help me save their lives. I mean, I know he doesn't know what we know, that he all of that. But it is funny that he's still on the, it's like, if you're troubled by my nature of my work as the hound, you're adopted. Yes, from the high account, that's bullshit. You know it, I know it. And people whose opinions you respect know it. Ooh. Fine. All members of the military have extensive DNA samples on record. If I subpoena... Alright, stop. Just stop. Does the military keep all its members' DNA on record? I don't know. Probably, right? I was about to say, it's like, do they? Because I know it's like, dystopian cyberpunk future. But would that be an easy thing to subpoena? It's like, you would think probably not, right? Yes, I know what you are referring to. Even before I knew, I did wonder. If you've known about your real family for more than a decade, why haven't you ever? Because it doesn't matter. Try telling that to the Blue Bloods. They've been risking a gang war for over a year, trying to get to you. That's their choice. It has nothing to do with me. How can you... I'm appalled, Sosuke. How could a brave soldier serving the house of Ikaria allow violence to continue when he knows he could stop it? Ooh. Ah, damn it. A worthy attempt, counselor. Sorry. Guess I'm not used to having to persuade people to act in their own best interest. Or that of their family. Family? Ikaria raised me. fed me, taught me how to read, write, walk. They gave me a home, a purpose. They're using you. They need me. You've got a funny way of showing it. I owe everything to them, and nothing to the dead. They're only dead because the man you call a father murdered them. He did that a long time ago, to people I've never met. You'll have to forgive me if I'm short on empathy for complete strangers. Aunts, uncles, cousins, parents, siblings. You can't call them complete strangers, Sosuke. Can't I? The Ikaria are my family. Nothing will change that. Nothing ever could. Let's test that. Pardon. The state thinks you murdered a cop. They'll make sure no one ever thinks of following your example. Let me repeat that. The full brunt of the police state is about to fall directly on the back of your neck. Hammer, nail. I'm not afraid of prison. You ever been in one? What? No, They shave you. Not sure where this is going, but okay. What? When you're convicted, they shave you. For hygiene. It's not for hygiene. Are you talking about that virtual work release thing? Do they fit you for skull caps? Not right away. They don't do that to people. Put a man in chains, strip him naked, sew his mouth shut. He'll still recognize himself in the mirror. He's still a person. Shave his head, give him a uniform, make him sit in the dark with 500 others who have been treated the same. He starts to forget. Forget that he's a person. After you're so bored you're seeing constellations in concrete, and after you're scratching your skin raw just to feel something new. That's when they ask you if you'd like a job. After people stop being people. This reminds me of a very topical, not going to say quote from Terry Pratchett's Discworld books, but it is something that's brought up again and again in various different ways. That true evil are not the everyday citizens in the street who just agree with poor decisions from leadership. Those are dime a dozen. They will commit minor sins every day that, in the grand scheme of things, really mean nothing. True evil is when you start treating people like things. To own, to trade like valuable trading cards. To go to the highest bidder or whoever you can earn the most authority over for just a couple. It's a form of dehumanization that I think she kind of nailed right on the head. Whether or not she actually knows that's how it works, or if this is a case of her thinking that's how she'd do it. I think there's only one thing truly worse, as described by Terry Pratchett, treating people like things. And that is a case that only happened once amongst the many books. I can't even remember which one. But when you convince people that they are nothing more than a thing and should be treated no better. Snuff. That's it. A book very late in the series that is about it's about the treatment of goblins in Discworld. which is not very great. And not having not any family members personally involved with it in the history of my family, not as far as I'm aware, I don't think I can rightfully say that it is the worst that slavery has ever been revealed to be, but it's goddamn close. Legally, they are not people. They are vermin. There's no crime in wiping out the nests they make to the last man, woman, and child. They are akin to the rats coming into your fields and eating your food. And that is what makes one Samuel Vimes very, very angry. And that's pretty much exactly what she described. Again, whether or not she knows that and she's about to share it, or if it's just what she would do to convince people the same, removing someone's self-image, making it harder for them to remember, a dark room with countless others, until they start to hallucinate, till they start to forget of what they looked like, what the outside world was like, until someone is driven to the border of insanity, only the border of it, so they can still be legally considered able to consent to the job that would only further cement that. That is truly dehumanizing. And I only ask, how much darker could this dystopia get for Chapter 3? Oh, yeah. Thank you for the reminder about that bit. I was trying to avoid that particular just because I think that's a nice side plot. The one thing I dislike about it is I feel like they didn't touch on that enough. I think there are only like 4 or 5 mentions of what happened to Sergeant Colin after he found that goblin cultural artifact and what it meant. But yeah, it's dehumanization is by far the worst thing a person can do to another. I don't think I can think up anything worse myself. And I'm a very creative individual. Sorry, got kind of dark there, but I felt that very much needed to be said for the context of this scene. Because I know some people don't quite see the subtext until it's forced in front of their eyes. If I need to be the one to reveal that to people, I think it's a very important lesson to know, with everything going on nowadays. How could you even know any of that? I'm a defense attorney, Sosuke. Who else gets to see the inside of a prison and walk away afterwards? Makoto sent me himself, so you never actually took your one phone call, did you? Take my phone and call Hana Kim. The Blue Bloods will volunteer a fall guy to confess to these crimes and you'll walk free. After which, you'll become one of the richest men in the city overnight. That's not. If you are at all curious, I have done some calculations to estimate the extent of your familial holdings. The number is quite remarkable, though I suppose I haven't taken taxes into account. No one's asking you to abandon the Ikaria. You could become their greatest ally. Together, your families would... I know exactly what would happen if I made that deal. About interest or inflation. I don't think inflation will be much of a worry at this point, because it's just been money sitting in a bank for 30 years. Inflation is about how much that money can buy. It's like, yeah, big number is big number, but it also sounded like this was the majority of the riches of all the blue bloods in this particular nation. I almost said Japan, but then I realized the game developers have been trying to avoid specifying where the world. It could be New York for all we know. It could be the U.S., but it is partitioned fucking Hunger Games style. Or all a single state. Who's to say? But yeah, compound interest for sure. Though that probably wouldn't be out of the question for Sarah to figure out. Taxes, though, yeah. Because we don't know. I was about to say, if the extremely wealthy get more or less taxes in this particular timeline. But I think we know it's probably less. The richer you are, the less you pay, or some shit. I won't do it. Why the hell not? Why not, Sosuke? You're forgetting a few small details involved in this process. Namely, disowning the people who raised me my entire life, and claiming myself before the world as the son of people I've been fighting since I was a teenager. How shameless do you think I am? Daisuke, that man raised me like his own son. In return, I can't throw away the name he gave me just for goddamn money. Treat your men as you would your own beloved sons, and they will follow you into the deepest valley. Is that it? You would rather rot in prison as an Ikaria than live in luxury as a blue blood? Gladly. This is my answer, Morgan. If you try and use my parentage in the trial tomorrow, I'll dismiss you as my counsel and change my plea to guilty. If that's your answer, then that's your answer. You're the client. What you say goes. Right. So if you somehow last another night. Wait. Oh, okay, I get the context. So if you somehow last another night without the cops smothering you in your sleep, we'll need some kind of strategy when we go into court tomorrow. Of course we will. And what are your thoughts on the matter? I might have found a window of opportunity. Is she intentionally using a pun because of the evidence she's found involving the window? A chance that someone other than you had the means, motive, and opportunity to commit these crimes. Have you remembered anything else about your captivity? Maybe. If we go over it again and I extrapolate somewhat, or a lot, we'll need to be prepared. You're going to be called to the stand tomorrow. All I need to do is keep silent, right? You better not. I'll be the one asking the questions. You're going to call him to testify? What do you expect me to say up there? I want you to tell the truth, of course. I want you to tell the court exactly how you were set free. Ooh. Alright, 1 sec. Alright, another round of nose blowing to ease up the voices. Alright, you could take another night shift. Oh, where'd my cursor go? There it is. He's infuriating, but I'd rather he did get shanked at the moment. Of course, Adonai. Detective London will be back shortly, and I'll make sure Sosuke's monitored all night. What is it? You gonna ask me to explain his decision? 'Cause I'm done trying at this point. I don't think his decision is that confusing. He wants to be loyal to the people who have shown loyalty to him. Shown loyalty? Do you need a microscope to see it? You spot any members of the noble house of Ikaria around here? Are they hiding under a box somewhere? The people who have shown loyalty to him historically. His decision doesn't confuse me, but his choice of words. He considers the Ikaria his true family, yet he again spoke of a debt to them. That seemed odd to me. Ooh. What do you think? I don't know. Do they really shave everyone in prison? Or was that another bluff? Not everyone, no. Only everyone who can't pay the fees. So most of them, right? Rich people don't go to jail, they just pay fines. Aside from murder. There's probably not enough money to get out of those crimes. Good puzzle feels satisfying to complete. A good story, it maintains its appeal even when viewed in hindsight. A bad puzzle doesn't make sense after you finish it. The picture's there, but it's muddled, vague. You feel like an idiot for bothering to piece it together. Sosuke Ikari is that kind of puzzle. I'm going to do a quick save here for luck, because it has been a hot minute. This one. Wait, is there a term I didn't look? I could have sworn. Oh wait, did it get updated? I don't think so. This probably did get added just now, though. Hey there. Due to ongoing controversy following the suspected suicide of inmate Jay Galley, search results for this term are temporarily blocked. Read more about how we cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation here. Oh yeah, that's not concerning. I fit every edge to every edge just so. But the result wasn't satisfying. An infuriating client to cap off a frustrating case. Having to keep track of what the cops know, what the Blue Bloods know, what the Ikaria are hiding, what Emma's thinking. What I've learned, what I know to be true, what I can prove, and what I can actually say. Even after all that, getting kneecapped, my client refuses to play his best cards. I want to clear my head. Or maybe empty it. Oh. Oh, we're looking around her place? Jesus, that's the TV? That's excessive. Look out the window. I don't think she's gonna do a murder. Oh, okay, it's pointing at just both windows. Got it. We have a bar. No, that's a kitchen. Okay. Is there anything else? I'm kind of curious what is the bake option gonna be? But also, yeah, I have the same feeling like she's gonna go do a murder. It's like I need to empty my head by emptying someone else's or some such. I'm not hungry. Ooh, it sounds like depression. Baking is satisfying. Applied chemistry, which is just applied math. The cleanup isn't fun. When I don't have a neighbor I'm trying to butter up or a client to visit, Everything just sits in my freezer until I end up throwing it out. Oh, yeah, that really hits home with depression right there. Sarah seems to shovel it all down without complaint, but she's not here now. But I'm still slaving away in that witch's office. I never wanted for hungry mouths. Co-workers will eat anything you leave out in a break room. If I ever get truly desperate to hide evidence, I'll just bake it into a pie and find an office birthday party to crash. It'll be gone without a trace in minutes. I guess TV first, as she's apparently going depresso mode. Don't feel like finding something to stream. Sarah's messed up all my recommendations anyway. My home pages used to be great, tuned to a T. I'd get closed-circuit footage of industrial machine accidents and gun assemblies with no commentary in the title. Now it's all street workout videos and film director tier lists. The end result is my internet history looks a little more random to an outsider. I guess I can forgive it. But if she ever gets me added to mailing lists for diet supplements, I'm fully revoking her net access. Which leaves the windows. Not in the mood for people watching. Sometimes, if I let my eyes unfocus, the mass of foot traffic on the streets below melds into one dark amoeba, curling slightly at its edges as it squirms along the petri dish of the world around me. Its edges lost beyond the horizon, which can be zen in its own way. I'm guessing that's what people see in ant farms, but I wouldn't know. Who the hell would want more insects crawling around their house? Big mood. Love those were things more... Yeah, it's actually funny. I can't remember if it was just something shared by Demily on Tumblr or something she had said and someone made into a comic. But is like, Adonai, why is your YouTube feed recommending 24 hours of wood chipper dismemberment accidents? And Morgan just has to think for a moment. It's like, I took a workplace injury client and I need to do research on the possible extent of damage, and it's just it's like, oh my god, didn't know being a lawyer is so difficult. But the fact that they had said that before Chapter 2 came out, and it's like, yeah, no, she absolutely watches those types of things. Things that would be suspicious just for anyone to have on their regular watch list. But we are apparently depressive mode. No cooking, no TV, no people watching. What is left? A crime? 2, maybe? This is pointless. Might as well close my eyes and wait. Even staring daggers in the backs of my own eyelids would do more good than this. Whatever this is. You are glaring at your brain right now. By closing your eyes, or specifically at the thing your brain is thinking? I have a feeling something's going to, quote-unquote, wake us up. Ooh. More of this backstory stuff. Let's see, if I recall, my last working theory was perhaps the colored text is our victim, the white text is Morgan, and some incident, perhaps our first kill, and we take on that person's identity, if not personality, for some reason. Hey, cool kid. If you go to jail for starting this pyramid scheme of an extracurricular activity, does that help or hurt your chances of becoming a lawyer? You're trying to recruit members because if you don't hit critical mass, this all falls apart. It's exactly like a pyramid scheme. Well, I don't know that I can give you advice, since I'm only a member on paper. But if you want to start a club for solving mysteries, maybe you should, solve one first. Good point. I don't know. Ask questions, talk to people, I guess. Record what they say. Take notes and think hard. Oh, you never know. You can be pretty persuasive, or at least entertaining. I mean, I'm still sitting here for some reason, right? Guess I fell asleep after all. Still dark out, though. Time's at 5 in the morning. It says 9:40 on my phone. I slept for 30 minutes. That's it? Sorry, very much spit cup because I do not want to re-ingest whatever dirt is in my sinuses from today. What the hell's going on with me today? Ugh. I'm really about to give up and start scrolling on my phone. I should check my temperature. There might be something wrong with me. Don't feel like going to find the thermometer. Ooh, quick, download the thermometer app on your smartphone. I'm sure that'll work. How about a bet? 300 says the first article that pops up is an advertisement. There's always good news every night. Beloved school janitor given dance-off salute by students after having to postpone retirement for third time? What? Holy shit, even the working class don't have it any easier. Double or nothing. Federal investigators recovered Denning's girl. Well, congrats on no longer being kidnapped. But you just cost me 600, you little shit. Oh, it's an actual article, okay. Just gonna move around my screen a little bit so this is a little easier to read. Okay. The nation rejoices tonight as the daughter of renowned philanthropist Joseph Dennings has been confirmed home safe and sound thanks to the efforts of federal investigators, spearheaded by a playbook that applies old techniques to tackle new challenges. Oh my god, this is going to be about Emma, isn't it? Dennings originally rose to prominence as the CEO of Constancy Incorporated, which was at the time a marketing firm specialized in virtual advertising. But Dennings' vision for bringing advertising to the front lines with heads-up displaying services, or HUDs, cracked open the previously uncharted market of active-duty armed force members, serving them relevant, relatable, automatically generated content that informed them about the products they wanted waiting for them on their doorstep when they got home. After making Constancy one of the leading advertising agencies in the world, Dennings thought he'd finally got to spend time with his family when he graciously stepped down as CEO to focus on his philanthropy, while also serving as COO in an advisory role. See why this kid got abducted? Yeah. Though I think, in Morgan's defense, this might very well more or less be an advertisement for this ad company. But tragedy struck earlier this week when his daughter was kidnapped on her way home from school. An attack investigators described as meticulously planned and flawlessly executed, and also not mentioned until, paragraph 4? 1, 2, 3? Yeah, 4. Everything going on with the parent, I can't remember if it is he or she mentioned pronouns already. Oh yeah, his daughter, right. His daughter didn't even get mentioned, even though the article is supposed to be about her being recovered. Crazy. When the vicious attackers had contacted the Dennings family and demanded an exorbitant ransom of an undisclosed amount, a lesser man would have panicked, or worse, given in to their demands. Fortunately for his daughter, Dennings is not a lesser man. Those first 24 hours are essential. We need every minute we can get. It's really quite remarkable that Mr. Dennings was clear-headed enough to contact us right away, said one investigator close to the operation. Investigators sprang into action, of course, but here our story takes a curious turn. Instead of searching for the map for the young Dennings girl, They mapped out the psychology of the kidnappers themselves. Oh, definitely Emma's team. We wouldn't really describe this as a terrorist act, but the sick, twisted terrorists who committed this atrocity did do us the courtesy of communicating openly and often. For the way they spoke, the words they chose, we started to narrow down their possible backgrounds, and then we revisited the crime scene. Investigators credit their breakthrough to footage of the kidnapping that indicated the terrorists had military-level training and discipline, carrying out the attack in a so-called quartet formation, considered a signature of the military's elite hostage retrieval squad. Oh, sorry, for some reason it didn't scroll there. Anyone can read handbooks and try to copy what they've seen in the military sims, but this brutal act of class mode... There's a whole lot of bracket comments in here, which is usually when paraphrasing or summarizing. But, I mean... Scarcity. With this much being said here, it's either cutting out a lot, losing some nuance, or potentially are adding opinions there. Yeah, that's what I was going to go with second. Or changing the language to, give political leanings to the original statements that might have been completely devoid of them. Whereas a brutal act of class-motivated violence was carried out without so much as a shot fired, miraculously. Skills like that, unfortunately for the suspects, are as unique as fingerprints. We had warrants to search all 4 suspects' properties within the hour. While some less dignified members of the press questioned the nature of this horrific crime, asking pointed questions about a possible relationship between Mr. Denning's past work and the suspects' military backgrounds, Chief Director of Investigations Valentine avoided the mudslinging with a succinct reply of no comment. Mr. Denning's business associations have no bearing on the value of his daughter's life, which I am glad to say is no longer in any danger. For that, we have to thank the efforts of the brave young investigators to my left here. Special Investigator Ayase, Technical Analyst Solkov, Special Agent Greenfield, and Special Agent Beck. Oh, yeah, Emma's last name is Beckham, isn't it? Together they are you as infuriated as we are by anti-authority, outside actor anarchists inciting anxiety on our city streets anonymously? Join us in our push to make all internet searches tied directly to citizens' tax return ID? Oh, fucking Christ. Like, I know this is cyberpunk dystopia, but holy shit, you're directly advertising it as such. God, that's disgusting. So, what could this be about? Well, more specifically, what could the question that's going to ask us about this be about? About whether some detail about this being Emma's team, their tactics, or the possible connections with Mr. Denning's past. Because they did have military backgrounds. What was that up here? Here we go. Denning's vision for bringing advertising to the front lines with heads-up display services cracked open the previously uncharted market. Oh, Jesus. I just realized what this is saying. He brought ads to people in the fucking battlefield. The battlefield. I'm sorry. Of all the people who don't need more distractions as an excuse for doing horrific war crimes, this is about the worst thing to introduce as policy. I didn't even figure that out the first time around, of it being for active duty armed forces. What the fuck, dude? Capitalism is so far a mistake, we should dismantle it all for someone thinking this. Because you just know some boardroom executive with a fancy corner office got such the fucking money boner coming up with this idea. Ugh. Makes things worse for literally everyone. Exactly, Parango. It's like not just the service members dealing with it, but also the innocent civilians. Like, oh, sorry, I didn't know your sister was an innocent civilian. There was a pop-up over that corner, and I thought I saw the silhouette of someone with a gun. horrific. Actually, there is one thing worse than that, and that is putting ads in the heads-up display, or whatever the acronym was, for active duty police officers. It's like, nah. It's like, back the fuck up out of here. How's that for long odds? What are the chances I see that name? Perfect timing, actually. Maybe chewing out Murray, for keeping me in the dark is just the nightcap I need. Back to this noir thing. What? Hang on. That knock doesn't sound like Murray. Well, fuck that. First I want to see what was being said. Oh, what? It doesn't... fuck. Sometimes little cutscene stuff like that does actually enter the text log, but it didn't. Damn. I'm gonna have to go back in the VOD later to see all that. I think I'm gonna do something with the thumbnail for YouTube for that one, because that'd just be funny. No comment. Let's see. Distracts soldiers, which should kill them. Gives them excuse to do war crime. Adds stress to the system. Yeah, all of the above. And it's like, cyberpunk dystopia aside, of all the roles that should have just automatic built-in ad block to whatever their systems, hospitals, military should both have that. It's like, god damn. That voice almost sounds like, "Man up already, you sick?" I better check the door cam. Why, hello, ma'am. Detective, is that you? Open up. Pardon? Oh, Zed. She's drunk. Okay, let's just appreciate that. Okay, so she's not here because of a case thing. She's definitely not onto our off-the-clock activities, we'll say. Why is she coming here while drunk? It can't just be because London is guarding our client to prevent him from being shanked in his sleep. Wait, was that not the right button? Shit, which... Okay, I found the key to get this back up. She's almost adorable if Cyberpunk Future doesn't have the possibility of, a fucking laser eye beam, even if it just blinds us and shit. Hang on, are you... Fuck. Don't pretend you can't hear me in your little creep cave, you little creep. Detective Reyes, are you drunk? Yes. No. It's a crime for you to ask that. I just waved my badge low to the door cam, and my door just unlocks like that? That cannot be legal. Oh, it's not legal. What? Wait, what model of door is it? Oh, yeah, for this model of door, this city zoning is legal for me to unlock your door like that. Ma'am, why are you here? Guess Han had a point. Needing to make spare keys is a fade trade-off to avoid this bullshit. And since you just invited me in, I did not. Here I am, above the buck. What's happening right now? Why is your ceiling all the way up there? Would you get a place this huge? Oh, that's a loaded question. What are you gonna do with this much space? Bang through the rafters like a bat? Echo, echo, echo. She also does the echo. Exactly, Bringo. Why is she here? Also, wait, what's going to happen? I know one thing that's not going to happen. Morgan is not going to kill a detective in her own apartment. There's no fucking way. They're not going to bang Nasty either, though, right? It's like... Not because I don't think Morgan is capable of that if it helps get her out of an otherwise uncomfortable situation. It just doesn't seem like that sort of story beat, you know? And I'm not sure where in between that is still interesting for the story for this to happen. Detective, this is absurd. I mean, Reyes might hit on her. I mean, yeah. But that doesn't mean anything will actually happen of it. Morgan couldn't even pick up on Han flirting with us via business card that even has a watermark. Does anyone even know you're... Does anyone even know you're here? What? Let me check. Oh, God. Detective Reyes, badge number 0806, reporting on all channels. Self-assignment, protected surveillance of suspected criminal target. Threat assesses medium to low, target capabilities. Not a threat to self or others. Reporting in from... What's your address? Do not dox me to every cop in the city, Reyes. Reporting in from address withheld. Any copies? Over. Bored voice. Copy. Copy. Kim saw you entering the building. Copy. Reading your bum under. We've got you. 10806. Have a quiet night. That was a rhetorical question, apparently. That got answered regardless. Are you finished? Hey, where's the snowball? What? She waves her hands in a rough approximation of something cloud-shaped. Oh, good, that suppresses the impulse to murder. What? A snowball? I mean, the only character we know that is largely white outfit. It's our girl, who is also protecting our client from being shanked in their sleep. Snowball. Barky ball. Matcha ball. Sarah's doing her job. Likely story. Probably make her sleep in a coffin in the bargain garage that we don't have here because we are not the upscale, not apartment, what is it? Suite, I think is the right term for what her father, Dr. Assure, had. Going off of David's setup, she might be more comfortable if I did. Is this booze? I mean, who knows what the fuck Reyes means in this moment. I'm excited to find out, if only to know which direction the scene is going to go. And also, it's like, the writers don't just do things for no reason. We're either going to learn an important fact, or we're going to hear something that gives us an idea for what to do in the next thing. Either way, this scene is not unimportant. Does Reyes know what she means? Oh, that's actually a question. Does Reyes know that Sarah was found in that coffin-shaped thing? Or is she just, like, drunkenly remembering something that Dr. Assure had? That's water. Ugh, God. Can I do something for you this evening, detective? Or did you come here just to critique my interior decorating and knock shit over? I came here because I'm drunk. And I'm drunk because you're in danger. The other way around. I drank because I'm pissed. And Kaz, everyone else told me to go home. Even though he shot a guy only a few hours ago, I'm the one who's too emotional and too useless. So I came here to catch a bad guy. Uh-huh. 'Cause you're defending that cop killer. Is Reyes protective of us? Is she jelly that big, masculine, strong Detective London saved us in the court and that she didn't get her chance? Oh no. Oh no. I just realized. What I realized in Chapter 0, she coincidentally also fits the profile that Emma also fits of the brown hair color and the relative height of all those victims that Heartbreak is seen as targeting specifically. Was that not foreshadowing? Was that a Chekhov's gun in Chapter 0 of the potential romantic interest from this character? As we're certainly not getting any from Emma. On the plus side, negation of murder chance? Yeah. I mean, she's definitely not getting murdered tonight. She just announced to every cop that was listening where she was. And we may be the only person she knows in this building. You live for tonight, Reyes. If only so we can establish an alibi later. There's also an orc killer. A whale cop killer. Another whale cop. Every goddamn idiot in the city wants to shoot him. And also you, because you're a stinking lawyer. Thanks. And I'm a cop. Cops are supposed to protect people. Even stinky lawyer. Okay, back off the girl stitch, okay? It's part of our character and our charm, clearly. Thanks. So I'll mark myself right here, get your next assassin they send after you, and lock him up, throw away the key. Accidentally save your life too? That's okay. Reyes should quit the force. Not for romantic purposes. Potential. Though I'm not discounting those. But just because she's a decent person. And decent people shouldn't become cops. Even if you don't deserve it. Thanks, Reyes. You could have just stopped talking. I can stop talking easy. You know what? She's correct. She can stop talking very easily. Do you really not have anything to drink? I'm not sure I want to drink with you, detective. Who invited you? It's my house. She's too drunk to stop forever, Durango. She can stop whenever she feels like it. Start back up, too. You're the host, do whatever. But I'm gonna do what I gotta do. And where the hell's the screw top? If I have to host a drunk Detective Reyes for the rest of the night, as I inevitably do, suppose I needn't force myself to go through the ordeal sober. I'll get a bottle opener, detective. Oh shit. There's a glass breaking. There's only one bed. You think she's gonna sleep with a detective in her fucking apartment? I would think not, if only for the anxiety that she's left a clue to her murders there. I said I'll get it. Oh my god, are they gonna drink Sarah's wines? Oh no. Oh, you're gonna upset Sarah, your daughter. Wait. This is the best part of the vid, where it breaks down the horsepower. Oh my god, does she like fucking... what's the BBC show? Top Gear, I think? For years, they all abided by this gentleman's agreement, where their engines would have horsepower capped to 270 or so. To avoid this, like, arms race of engineering in a country with such huge street racing scene. Right. The crazy part is, it was only ever on paper. They were building and selling cars with 300 plus horsepower. They all just list the horsepower as 270 domestically. Yeah. And God, everybody knew it. I mean, they were selling the same car with the same engine, with the same goddamn torque rating in two different countries. And they were saying, no, I think it's on the 276. That's crazy. I was born the wrong generation. I'll die without ever knowing what gasoline smells like. Gasoline is odorless. Wait, is it? Wait. Is it like naturally odorless, but stuff is added to it? Is that what she means, maybe? Also, hey Tommy, sorry, I got distracted by this gasoline is odorless because I've worked at a gas station. I've cleaned up gasoline. It has a smell. It's like, yeah, it's volatile. You would have, at the very least, an additive so people don't accidentally ignite themselves. It just wilded me. I mean, obviously Morgan would know. She's Morgan. But it's odorless. They added a strong smell during refinement so that leaks could be noticeable. That natural gas, you know me? It is possible she's also confusing gas with gasoline. Those are two different things. And I can also confirm they definitely add smells to natural gas. Having worked at a landfill where they did that to protect not just us but our customers. Scared me. Like, jeez. If you're gonna try and ruin something for me that I never have had a chance of experiencing, you better get it right. Doesn't know it's different from gasoline. Hey Tommy, I am doing as good as I can. Still a little bit stuffy, which is affecting my voice acting skills, though thankfully it's helping make Ray's drunk accent wandering a bit sound a little bit easier. But how about yourself, Tommy? This is probably a good time for a quick little break, as it is not super pressing court necessary information in this moment. Natural gas, methane, they had dimethyl butyrate. I didn't know that was the name, but yeah. Methane, I think they do a similar thing for propane. I think propane also does not naturally have a smell, but it's like propane for grills or more and more RVs actually nowadays. Just because they have gas lines in it. Yeah, they need something so people don't blow themselves up while camping in the woods, far from any firefighting station. Oh boy. It's actually a good time for me to just stand up at the desk and stretch a little bit. My knees are suddenly going, ow. Oh boy. I bet you guys could hear that. Both knees went at the same time. Okay. Yeah, sorry, a lot of moments on my knees today picking up trash, because it's frankly easier than trying to use the grabbers they gave us. Fucking pointy sticks, ugh. Tommy, it's not nice for me. Oh, sorry about that. Because you're experiencing bad weather at work. Plus, it seems the town you work in has a problem with houses being flooded by sea and jammed traffic. Yeah, not a very fun mix. Especially because floods just cuts out more places people could be driving, limiting options. Humans can detect dimethyl butyrate at absurdly low concentrations and do not like it. I mean, if there's ever a thing you want to add to something that doesn't have a natural smell but could kill someone, yeah, that sort of description is perfect. Yeah, to add raining and severe wind, yeah. Though honestly, anything that's like from what I assume is like flash flooding, which is not just like predictable. It's like, yeah, no, it's gonna flood up to this level by such and such. More of it's like, yeah, no, get out of town now, because it's more of a at most this much time before you're flooded prediction. Flooding fucking sucks because no one's calm about it, about getting out of the area. It's just fucking grab what you can and fucking hit the gas. So it's actually one of the things I'm having to. Shit, I might not have said on stream, well, maybe not in detail, of where I'm looking to move. I know I've shared that it's like change jobs, doing agency right now, so I can spend more time prepping the duplex for sale. But one of the areas I'm looking at. Sorry, that caught me off guard. One of the areas I'm looking at is near the west coast. I think like a couple hours out of Seattle, which actually has less worry about snow. Just because. Thanks for the little hum. Less worry about snow, but in contrast, when they get heavy rainfall, it's more likely to get flash flood issues, which is not great. But alternatively, you don't have to invest in a bunch of salt trucks, I guess. Yeah, signs of flash flooding and looking for areas that are not borderline guaranteed to be flooded is on the list of things I need to do for prepping for the move. It's... Flash flooding fucking sucks. Because even if you're prepared for it, the getting insurance to finally pay out, getting all the new stuff to replace what you lost, it's a headache. Anything involving insurance paying out is a headache, to be honest. But hopefully, Tommy, it's not going to be too bad for you specifically. I mean, yeah, it sounds like there's going to be horrific traffic, but hopefully no extreme flooding for where you need to go, or your usual path. And no idiots on the road trying to fucking fast and furious with weather conditions what they are. Yeah, no problem. I like having you around. If it's able to reduce any worries, I will gladly throw some of my luck your ways. But I'm currently relatively safe. Let's see. Right, yes. You have this gas and gasoline difference, which is actually funny if this is not something Morgan knows. God, imagine she's trying to somehow get her hands on some, odorless gas for a future murder, and unfortunately get something that is a, gas-based gas and not a liquid-based gasoline. That would definitely screw up her plans. So, you knew Chopin? So you knew Chopin? God. We did it, okay? Happy? I wouldn't have guessed that. For how long? Once. It is not a lot. I know. It was such a shitty date. Wore his uniform, like I was supposed to salute. God, was he cheap. I said, what did you tip the bartender? And he got all confused. Oh, God, he was one of those rich people? Not understanding you tip service workers. And also, again, I know this is a dystopian future, but they still haven't gotten rid of fucking tipping. Like, not against, helping people out, but you should also be paying your employees enough to not have to rely on unpredictable things like tips from customers. Just saying. He just handed me 2 cans. Why would I tip? Because you tipped the goddamn bartender, man. That's why. You can always tell when someone grew up with money. Maybe they just can't hide it. Maybe none of them ever learned the decency to try. There's probably some truth to that. Because if you have money, especially money without reasonable limits, you don't have to, plan and pinch every penny while still trying not to look like a complete asshole. It's the poorest people who have to be careful about everything they can to not lose what they need for rent the next month, while still letting the pizza guy know it's like, we're thankful, this is what we got to help you out for the service of delivering it, but it's like, sorry, it can't all be cash or some such. Rockford's not so bad. I mean, it's obvious still, but their head part kind of offsets it. Yeah, that's... What do you mean? Emma comes from money. Guess even you can tell a joke. Worst date I've ever been on. Wait, are you talking about Emma Rockford, or are you still on Chopin? Wait, just looked like she was gonna stab. Okay, still Chopin. Wait, just looked like she was gonna stab him. Do you think he was allergic to salt with all the nitpicking he did? Then he has the balls to tip 10%. Fucking hell, dude. So you do know what tipping is. Fucking cheapskate. That is bad. Oh, what do you know? You probably haven't been on dates since the 60s. Rude. How old do you think I am? I was talking about the tip. What tip? Oh, the tip. Well, yeah, still. Do you even have a dating profile? Reyes? Be careful where you go with this. Don't get me, the player's hopes up over this conversation. Or do you just hang around funeral homes and castles and shit, look for other creatures of the night? This is the rhythm of the night. Sorry, that just came in mind. I don't have a dating profile. You met Chopin through an app? Yeah, dating app for cops. Oh, that. Oh. What's it called? Domestic abuse potentials or something? This seems like a worse idea than the fucking... Well, no. It's not quite as bad as the ad pop-ups for active duty military people, but it's still pretty fucking bad. Dating app for cops. Ugh. There's a dating app for cops? Yeah, just for cops. Just for all. Yeah. Don't like that name for it. Why is it called Just for All if it's just for... Like, short for justice. Morgan, come on. It's a... Oh, it's a pun. Okay, she got there. She got there in the end. Well, not really a pun. Wordplay. Play our words for justice for all. The cop catchphrase. Say it all the time. When we catch people. There's not for everyone. I believe in lawyers with sun allergies. Interesting face to be making while you say that. We only see one eye, but I think I know where it's pointed. I don't think there's an app for me. Ooh. Hey, would project a hologram of the world's smallest violin out of my eye socket. Apps suck anyway. This is when I matched. She was terrible. Her teeth. Oh, she's revealing she's also into the ladies. Okay. Subtle. Terrible. Her teeth. She was trying to smile or some shit. She was all teeth. It was her first kiss. Oh. I'm sorry, Reyes. You remember your first? And Morgan's gonna think to her first kill, right? I don't know why everyone's always so concerned with firsts. What'll that mean? Don't worry about it. I have never once given a second thought to anything you say, so get that straight. That seems too easy. I'm not going to comment on that. I wanted to slap the guy's dumb face at the end of that date. But then I didn't even recognize him. Lon and I came in, he was face down. Wait. Oh, hold on, wait. Is she saying... Wait, because London was with her, and Morgan asked at one point what they were doing in that part of town. He said he was going there to support Reyes. Was she on a date with the dude just before he died? What? That's crazy. Old floor, blood, just blood and paper. Couldn't turn him over, had to preserve the scene. Had to leave him there. Sorry. Sorry? I'm not sorry, I'm angry. You seem to get angry a lot. You've been anger management. You know what that's about? Managing anger. Keeping calm. Not letting emotions control you. I hate it. All that. If you say so, I do say so. What I'm feeling most of the time, I'm a goddamn saint with how calm I stay. I'm just too small. A little hole in the bottom of a big water tower. Fills up faster than it'll ever drain. I was big, I'd trample this whole city down. Long before my anger's gone. Didn't even seem like people from the hall. Okay, are we back to the crime scene? Just do people-shaped things, face down blood. Sosuke and Chopin. They were both face down? What? Yeah. Because Rogers was cuffing Sosuke to the ground? Rogers put a klutz. That guy couldn't cuff. A cow. A cow? I don't know. Something that'd cuff easily. I mean, it'd slip out of cuffs easily too, wouldn't it? Because... Do cows have bulky wrists? I gotta check that now. It's gonna bug me if I don't check that now. Sure, we'll use this tab for a moment. Cow, ankle. What's it look like? Not quite the wrist, but I guess just above the hooves there is enough of like an inward slope where the toes are. You could probably cuff that and they couldn't slip out. I guess that's one against me for my stupidity, thinking cows could slip out of a cuff. Oof, how silly I am. A dress shirt. Oh, what do you want? A round of applause? Everyone clap for the world's greatest... wordsmith. Just shut up. Okay, so what we've learned, potentially, not super important, potentially, Chopin and her were on a date just before he and his partner responded to the scene of the crime. So, it's possible that he did get the information not from a physical or electronic device like they had searched for earlier. That they said they looked for earlier to find any proof that he had gotten a tip about this location. But someone could have come up, given a physical note, perhaps even on the receipt that he left a shitty tip on, of the address of where to go. As a private informant of some sort. If we get any choice of questions for this conversation with Reyes, we definitely need to go down that. Before that, there's another thing. And, wait, time, exactly, okay, Rogers and Chopin arrived at 10:14. He calms that Chopin died at 17, 3 months later, another 4 minutes until those two arrived as backup. But that was just physically getting to the scene. Reyes and London arrived 4 minutes after the confirmation that his partner was dead. Why was he still How did he not get the cuffs done in 4 minutes? That's actually fucking ridiculous. What the hell is going on with that? Making off the floor and onto the bed is up to her. Oh wait, shit, did I forget to read the last thing? Persuading her to remove her shoes and socks before tossing her up the stairs was the very upper limit of my patience. Making off the floor and onto the bed is up to her. I don't care. I can sleep on my couch. I can sleep in my chair if I had to. I can fall asleep in any position, actually. It's not actually worth bragging about, especially to myself. So now a homicide detective knows where I live. Congrats, buddy. That's the worst anyone's ever done it. Yeah. Yeah, Rogers fucking sucks. But it's also making me think there is no additional party involved. That the murderer has to be someone we know, and that just leaves Rogers only one with enough time and opportunity to have done it. In fact, I'm not sure if the evidence we ever got the time of death for Chopin. Oh wait, no. Here it is. The biomonitor. Oh, so not even an autopsy double check. Reported his cardiac activity ended at 10:14. But it still took 3 minutes for Rogers to confirm over the radio that he was dead. Which seems very bad for someone with more experience than Chopin in the department to have needed that long to either confirm and gather his emotions enough to properly communicate that. Especially because why would he communicate that before handcuffing Sosuke if he was the actual threat? I think it might be Rogers, and not another shooter on the grassy knoll. I mean, the apartment building across the alleyway. Much to consider. Guess the address is on the business card. Downside of a home office. At least it's fun to imagine how sick she'll be tomorrow. Can't remember a time I got that drunk, thankfully. Can't remember a time I got that mad. And the last time I cried. Screw this. Introspection's a scam. Now I'm not nearly so flush that I can afford to waste time on it. Oh, another memory thing. Oof. Oh my god! Stop smiling like that. Yes, you found the teacher's missing key card. No, you're not Sherlock Holmes. Or whoever his lawyer was. Oh, I'm sure. You're going to be the most popular kid in school overnight now. Well, I wasn't being that sarcastic. You better hope it's somewhat true. Deadline for your little club sign-up period is next week, isn't it? Actually, you'll need to find 4 members. I'm going to be out that day. Family thing. Ooh. What a face. You show everyone puppy dog eyes that pathetic. Look, if you're going to be a lawyer, you'll need to get better at reading fine print. See, you need 5 members to found a club, but if you have at least 2 students present at the qualification time, you can get an extension. I mean, even you can get 1 person to join, right? Just use that winning personality of yours. It's a family thing. I can't say no. Nothing. I didn't say anything. Easy. Okay, we're back at the state building. 448. Yep, that's AD 48's room. They must have weighed me down over 5 times. I've been in private banks with less active security than this. Were they private banks that had recently had a shooting? No. Then the comparison seems flawed. Armed guards in the halls, drones outside the windows, androids standing firm on the streets, triple spectrum scans at every entrance. They really rolled out the red carpet for you this time. If they were this concerned, why didn't they just move the trial outside of the city? The district attorney said as much, but the city council overrode them. The district attorney? You mean Miss Rockford? Miss Rockford's boss. Word of the attack yesterday is already trickling out. They can't afford to delay or to look like they've been successfully intimidated. There's such a thing as overcompensating. Not on the stage of security theater. That is true. Don't worry, ma'am. We'll let you feel safe as hell. But will I actually be safe? Not at all. But don't worry, you'll feel safe. And that's just as good. Were you able to look over the DNA analysis that Cyanus completed, Adonai? Their report on the bindings? Yeah. Ooh, that's new evidence. Cloth bindings, semi-forensics, sweat matches, Sosuke, skin matches, Sosuke, blood matches, Ikuria, Sosuke, and the smile. Oh wait, Heavens Miller's smile. That's right. He was one of the. They were one of the people. I was about to say he, but I thought at least one of them was non-binary. I can't remember which. Nothing else I missed in there. What was this other check? An article? Oh, right. Already read it, so we can just... Gave me a lot to think about on the ride over. You're looking much better. I don't feel much better. They gave me some sort of injection last night. Woke up in much more pain, but they still insisted on taking off all of my bandages. Some sort of injection. Sosuke consented to intravenous injection of a recovery accelerant at 9:33 p.m. last night. You consented without knowing what it was? I nodded. Thought it would help me sleep. That interrogation room floor isn't exactly ideal for rest. Spoiled brat. This is the same guy who was confidently telling me he was fine with going to jail. What about you, Adonai? Were you able to get any rest? I slept like a rock. Eventually. Didn't even wake up when a certain unwelcome guest stumbled out the door in the early morning, thank God. But it was an accelerant, huh? I thought there was something familiar about this discomfort. They gave it to us back in the military on occasion. You heal up faster, but it still takes the same toll overall. Explains why I feel like all my bruises are fresh. Why'd they wait until now to start giving Sosuke medical attention, though? Emma must have realized it was getting a bit silly. Trying to accuse you of murdering 5 people when you looked like you had been thrown through a windshield. Don't worry, Sosuke. You are still handsome, even without the rugged edge that your injuries provided. Hearing that doesn't make me happy, you know. Then why are you blushing? It's not like you're spotless. You still have a mark under your left eye. No, I've had that since birth. Oh. I was told once that it's charming. Uh-huh. Why'd you bring it up? Is it not charming? So needy. Alright, we're going to drop another save, and this is probably going to be the best time. Take a quick midstream break before the case starts in full. go, which we were right there. So here, right? Yes. All right, let's go to the BRB screen. Alrighty, back from a little break. Hope everyone got a chance to get a snacky or a beverage for the last case of Chapter 2 and a little bit past it, which means worst comes to worst, we will run a little later. Hey, Infested Fox, welcome back, welcome back. Yeah, we are wrapping up Chapter 2 today, no matter how, well, yeah, no matter how much overtime I need to do, I'm pretty sure it doesn't have to be much at this point. Let's see. Wait a little bit longer to give time for Tommy to get back, just in case. So, how are you doing, Infested? Hope you're having a decent week, considering everything that's happening. Because, hey, I mean, you know what? What a year last month had been. But we're finally on to month 2 of 2026. What horrors will we find here? Doing okay, that's good. I'm doing my best. I did a temp job today that it was just so incredibly dry the last week or so, but also windy. So a bunch of loose dirt on stuff I had to move around, and I inhaled so much of it. So my throat and nose is a little bit stuffed up. I'm gonna do my best, regardless. The stupidest horrors, yeah. The stupidest horrors are coming out. You know, there is a funny thing that has been shared around in light of the recent horrors. I'm blanking on the comedian's first name, but he's, what is it? Comedian Boyle, who did a set that at one point there was a joke about why anyone would get a fucking yacht. It's what is it? He described it as, it's like having a 2-bedroom New York apartment on roller skates. The only people who buy them, rich people who do it with the intention of abducting random kids from ports, going out to international waters, and then molesting them and dumping their bodies into the sea. And then he specifically named one J.K. Rowling. Which, of course, continued the joke. It's like, legally, I have to say that I do not know... I do not know that J.K. Rowling is abducting and killing kids, to the best of my knowledge, in international waters. But, you know, the relevant bit that triggered that bit of comedy to have gone around is because, you know, J.K. Rowling has recently been outed as having direct connections with Epstein after, and this is the crucial part, after they had been convicted of pedophilia and all the various horrors that has happened on his island. A children's book author connecting to a convicted pedophile, already not a good look. And her private yacht. So this is something I learned, because I had to look up. So, as private owners of boats and ships like that, you are supposed to keep copies of your logs of all the ports you visit and whatnot, for legal reasons. And that's because, while actual ports are supposed to also keep records of all the ships that come through the port, activity, and what have you, the people who own those ships are also supposed to keep those records. One, to, you know, get subpoenaed by police proving whether you were there or not, and tracking, you know, all your stops in cases like, it's weird that every port you stopped in every other month seems to have some major crime that occurs between you arriving and you leaving, you know? And she got rid of 10 years of the logs that she is supposed to, by law, maintain. Does not look good. Does not look good at all with the recent blatant connection to pedophile and human trafficker Epstein. Not great. And at least the last time I checked, she had not made any Twitter posts whatsoever since the last one of I have absolute... me and my work as an author of Harry Potter have absolutely no connection to Jeffrey Epstein. And then one of the emails directly from Epstein showing that they had some issues with a personal ticket to Epstein for one of the events. It's like, Jesus Christ. Her PR team finally got her to shut the fuck up for a bit. And it looks like for very good reasons. Ooh. Man. So, that is one silver lining that did lift up my week a little bit. As horrific as it is, things are looking up just a little bit more. And I will take that to heart. But for something to help us ignore the horrors of the world for at least a little bit, let's wrap up chapter 2. So, what new evidence did we get? We found that clicker, potentially notifying a member to help back up. Oh my goodness, that's how... Oh, that is how Chopin got alerted. I just put those two together. Creek dying with that little clicker in his hands, because... Oh, okay, let's look up the evidence. Where is it? Where is it? It's not clicker. Was it whistle? Whistle, yes. Whistle of unusual make, discovered not far, pressing it emits a frequency inaudible to humans, but capable of being picked up to many electronics. It's not there, but I remember there also being a detail. If the windows were open at the time, it could be heard from multiple kilometers. If Chopin was a dirty cop, and he had any mods whatsoever, he could have picked that up. Chopin's autopsy. Creek Chopin. He minimum had a mounted biomonitor. Does it say anything else? Damn. Okay, and I think I accidentally clicked through some dialogue. Let's see what that was. But I think we know how Chopin figured out. Alright, so... supposedly, Detective London just gave a summary to the court, and that was the same story you told me yesterday down in the lower wards. He and Reyes were the second on scene, so they focused on clearing the lower floors before meeting with Rogers. Good to have it on the record so I can look it over. Okay, now we can see this. So we're going to check that. That he and Detective Reyes arrived at the same team. Rogers already apprehended. Focus on securing the area. Two of them cleared the first floor. All the rooms were empty, but one was locked. As for the next item on the docket, calling the defendant to testify, seems like it's going to be a nothing burger. Not entirely, Your Honor. My client waives his right to decline. Does he now? Sosuke Ikaria. I'm a head of personal security at the Ikaria Financial Group. And the IFG, that's a family-run, small business, mom-and-pop operation, I take it? Family-run. Well, Mr. Ikaria, I feel like the court already has a strong understanding of the circumstances you found yourself in, how you were captured and tortured by these 4 known criminal associates, all of whom are now dead, how you were found standing over the body of Officer Chopin. I suppose all anyone can ask is, what do you have to say for yourself? I can only tell you what I remember, even if that's mostly pain. How about after the pain? How did it end? I woke up to the feeling of my blood drawing on my skin. Familiar sensation for a head of personal security, I assume? Objection. I can answer. It was a novel experience. I pulled off my blindfold and felt like I'd stepped into the desert. White flaring in my eyes, heart thumping in my temple. But I realized there's a gun in my waistband. The indicator showed it was spent. didn't know what to make of it. Does this gun look familiar to you, Mr. Ikaria? Yes, that's the same gun. Let the record show the witness has admitted to wielding the same Mag US used to kill 2 of the victims. Is this okay? I stumbled forward towards a door, and past it the whole room seemed red. And after that, you don't remember? Anything else you'd like to say to the court, Miss Ikaria, before we finish? There is one more thing I recall. I remember holding my sword. Ooh, not looking good. So he admits it. Why do we still have a crowd watching at all? There was a shooting the last time we were in court here. Why did we allow this? You remember holding your sword? Oof, that ain't good. That's very interesting of you to say, Mr. Ikaria. It was on the ground, and it's important to me, so I bent over and picked it up. Do you recall the next thing you did with that sword, Mr. Ikaria? No. The next thing I know, I'm being transported and read my rights. I see. Your Honor, do you feel we need to continue? The questioning? The trial? Ouch. Ready to begin cross-examination at any time, Your Honor? If you insist. Round 1, fight! Surely we're past round 1 by now. Okay, we have the cut bindings. Okay, we're going into this questioning thing. 1 sec. I'm going to write these down so I don't forget what to look out for. I mean, I've got enough chips I can afford a couple mistakes, but I want to limit those. Cut bindings. Yoru sword. Mag US. Is there also the knife? Okay, no. Open that room, blindfolded in pain. Managed to untie my bindings, stumble forward. That's why I noticed the gun sticking out of my waistband. I was alarmed, but the ammo was already spent. That's not the question. I think it's the bindings. I stepped through the door, everything on the other side was red. All I could think to do was bend down to pick Yoru up off the floor. Next thing I know, I was in an ambulance having my rights read to me. Sosuke isn't lying about anything, is he? No, he's just subconsciously glossing over a certain key detail. All the trial prep in the world can't undo multiple concussions, I suppose. Blindfolded in pain. Oh, there we go. There we go. Cut bindings. Wanna bet? Ooh, there we go. Angry face. Sosuke couldn't have untied his way out of his bindings. Not when they were very clearly cut by something sharp. Objecting to the statement from your own client now? What do you mean, Morgan? These pieces of cloth were recovered from the room where you were held, Sosuke, and they've very clearly been cut. You didn't struggle your way out. You cut your way out. Yes, now that you mention it, that's right. But if I cut myself out first? Your Honor, the people ask that the defense do their testimony coaching before the trial begins from now on. As it stands, this has been a colossal waste of time. Yeah, I mean, this detail probably isn't important, right? It's very important, Your Honor. If he used a blade to cut himself free from his bindings, that means Sosuke couldn't have gotten free until someone handed him a blade. Meaning that the people's theory of a daring escape mid-interrogation is... Ooh, here we go, counter. Is doing just fine, thank you for asking. None of us in the court here today seriously believe this man, or his memory, can be taken as the truth. Then forget him and just look at the bindings. They're hard, physical evidence, and they had to have been cut. By something sharp. What do we know that fits that description? You think it was Yoru. His captors kept him bound in that room most of the night, then cut him from his bindings with a sword to bring him into the main room for questioning, where he turned the tables on them before slaughtering them all. Badass. Well, counselor, are we done here? Could the katana have been used to cut those bindings? Look at the actual bindings themselves. Let's see, stay. Could have been the sword. One sec. Bindings. What would it be under? Oh, cut bindings. There we go. Flip matches and aha! Matches the DNA of subject A. Smiles Heavens Miller. Let's see. Have a Miller's autopsy. Single stab wound to the carotid artery, leading to massive blood loss. Loss of consciousness would have occurred. Yep. Which, let's see, where's the knife? My knife. Okay, I think here we have to say it couldn't have been the sword, because the blood on it. Of course it wasn't the sword that cut those bindings. What do you mean? The problem lies with the DNA. Your Honor, if we could please draw the court's attention to the forensic analysis of the bindings. You'll notice your client's blood, obviously. Yes, obviously. But upon closer inspection, you'll also see that blood from Miller was found as well. The poncho guy? Who was stabbed in the throat, as the court may recall, by your client's sword, as in, no doubt, still fresh in the jury's memory. Well, how can that be, Your Honor? What do you mean? Is it not sharp enough? What a piece of... How can Miller's blood have ended up on the bindings that kept my client from leaving the room in which he was held? Unless Miller was killed before my client was ever cut free. Ooh, fucking got him. That's kind of a big deal, isn't it? I thought so, at least. Ooh, jury. She's lying. That's not possible. You thought wrong, counselor. It's true that the katana has blood from Miller's stabbing on it. And I'll admit that it's surprising to see his blood on your client's bindings. Miller's autopsy shows he had no wounds besides a fatal puncture in his neck. So the bindings on my client had to have been intact at the time Miller died. But those bindings didn't need to be cut before your client could kill him. What? If your client's risks were never left bound for questioning, he could have stolen the gun, killed Tanks and Creek, then picked up his sword as he just stated in his testimony and set to work. You think my client was drugged and beaten before killing 4 men with his wrists bound? Hardly impossible for a man with his talents. And there's no other explanation for why he would have cut his bindings with a sword that, as you insist, must have already been used to kill Miller. No other explanation? Not even if he used something else to break out of confinement? One sec, gotta make sure I do that. Not the needles. There's my knife. I mean the knife, Your Honor. What if my client had simply used this to break out? What the hell is that? Way overcooked from what I can tell. It's a murder weapon, Your Honor. One recovered from the scene of the crime. That knife. Yes, that's what I grasped when I first woke up. That's impossible. What she said! There's nothing about a knife found seared to perfection in the ARC's data. Is it overcooked or seared to perfection? This knife was not found inside the building, Your Honor. I retrieved it from the alley immediately beside it. Your android did. Need her to submit video evidence of the entire afternoon to verify it, doubting Thomas? It's not the android I'd have trouble taking at her word, counselor. What forensics have been performed on it? There are no fingerprints remaining, and the DNA present in the blood is too damaged to be of use. But I have identified at least 2 different blood typings. AB- and B-, Your Honor. Your Honor, the people are, of course, interested in forensic analysis of any evidence that seems pertinent to this crime at hand. But this was retrieved from an alleyway dumpster. A soot-filled drum near an alleyway dumpster from an alley in the lower wards. Without strong evidence linking it to the crime, I see no reason to entertain the idea that this is some kind of 4th murder weapon. 3rd murder weapon? What? The bat was post-mortem. The point still stands. Well, how about it, Morgie? Any link between this totally not suspicious fire-broiled knife and our crime? Or should we just throw it back in the garbage? Again, it was a soot-filled drum by the garbage. Of course I have more to go on than mere proximity, Your Honor. I have proof right here that this knife was what Sosuke used to cut himself. Records. God, I hate the selective things like this. Tana Ray. Medical records, yore, and cut things. Check. Yoru's near the bottom. Wait. What? Oh, why is the Sosuke sword here but your... anyway. And, photos, taken along with Sosuke. That's right hand, no other prints found. Blood residue at various points. What are we trying to prove again? Sosuke wielded the knife. Okay. So... okay. Medical records because the cut on his left hand. Yes, that's right. Ooh, that's good. Just take another look at that. Your client's medical intake record. A little late to still be drumming up sympathy, but if there are shirtless photos in the file, I suppose I have a duty. There are. What? I did not remove my shirt for... If I may please direct the court's attention to one specific item. Slight laceration found on left hand. What do you mean slight? Like a paper cut? More like a cutting board accident? Neither paints a very gallant picture, but if he had a cut on his finger when he was first arrested, then it must have been sustained around the time of his escape, like when he was using a knife to cut himself out of his bindings while blindfolded. Yeah, that makes sense. Even a mastered swordsman can nick himself on his blade every now and then. His katana was found with a lot of blood on it, yes, but none of it his own. Ooh, got him. Adonai is correct. Yoru was thoroughly tested, found to have blood residue matching Miller, Trey, and Officer Chopin, but not one drop of Sosuke's. Meanwhile, we have a knife right here, ready to be submitted to evidence and studied under every microscope the state can find. That just so happens to have Sosuke's exact blood type on the tip. AB-, that blood type doesn't match anyone in this case's full file, except for Sosuke. Ooh. But I do blood type fortune telling. Oh, I've lost a little bit of respect for AD now. So I have a hobby. Shoot me! 2 shots right to the base of my Time and place. Counselor Morgan, perhaps you might grace us all with your formal request. I call for this knife to be submitted into the record and forensically analyzed as quickly and thoroughly as possible, because I believe it is the murder weapon that actually ended Miller's life. Ooh, a knife to the neck would be much easier to pull off than using the very tip of a sword. I'd hypothesize. Nice recovery. Perfect ukemi. Which is counter, I think? In other words, then, you're asking for the medical examiner to reevaluate whether this knife might be a better fit for the wound in Miller's neck. Yeah. Did you just repeat what she said, but slightly rephrased? A conversational tactic to surpass Metal Gear. It's worth repeating, Your Honor, because the people understand the full weight of what this knife implies. You can overturn this entire case in an instant, depending on what Sato finds. Emma's repeating what I said because she's stunned. I just flashed her my hand, and it was one card away from a full house. The people have no objections, Your Honor. This trial requires that we fully examine this new piece of evidence. Cool. So, does anyone have her number? Is there a group chat room for everyone who works for the government, or... Full House is a very good hand, that is true. It has carried me through many a Bellaccio run. Dr. Sato is already on her way, so there is a group chat, and I'm not in it. She'll begin the examination as soon as she arrives. Guess we just slack off until she's done, then. It occurs to me, Your Honor, we ought to thoroughly examine why this possibly critical piece of evidence was not found during the police's investigation. The investigation and preservation of this crime scene was a joint effort between the police and Sienna Security. Then perhaps our next witness can shine a light on the source of this deficiency. Ooh, are we seeing Hana again? I do love Hana. She's a bit of a player, but I can respect that. Game has game. Adelaide Hahn, site manager at Sienna Security. I served as supervisor for the scene of the crime in case 356319-B. Wow, can I call you lady? Babe, what should I call you, though? Well, you keep calling me babe, or you address the adjutant as Your Honor. Awfully cold name for such a hot... And Emma's interrupting this time. Why the hell wasn't this knife found sooner? Well, I hate to throw a business partner under the bus, but we at Sienna Security maintain the perimeters and stand watch over secured scenes. It's the cops who do the searching and flagging. Stop flirting with the adjutant. Yeah, if we can't flirt with the adjutant, neither can you. I mean, what? You'd have to ask them why they didn't go dumpster diving. It was a drum. The police aren't your business partners, though, are they? I don't understand the question, Your Highness. Sienna Security is a cell corporation owned by FIC Holdings, an offshore rebranding and effective pseudonym for Kim Acquisitions, aka the heart of the criminal organization operating in the lower wards that is commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia. Quick check here. I think it's just like shell corporation of the term, but let me check. That operates without clear explicit knowledge of who its parent... okay. Yep. Early 20th century, Kuwait Soul, yep. Yeah, it looks more or less like what we understand as a shell company. There are probably some specifics that make it different in a legal sense, but this is good enough knowledge for it. If you say so. Sounds like it's above my pay grade. Permission to treat the witnesses hostile. Can I get popcorn first? Do you know why the state cooperates with the Blue Bloods to this degree? Why you're allowed to run your businesses and manage your petty fiefdoms? petty fiefdoms. How about this? It's a free country, and we're loyal, capitalist, tax-paying entrepreneurs. You got your own explanation. It's because you're insignificant. You're being a dick. I like it. In this particular case, spicy, Emma, is very rare. Neither you nor your organization are on trial here today. That's not a favor, and it's not a show of respect. It's just reality. The state is slow to shift its priorities. You aren't the focus of this investigation. But if you impede this trial's progress by dodging questions and playing stupid, you'll find that the state shifts its attention to your neck very fast. Oh, accidentally clicked out of screen. You got questions for me then? Why wasn't the alley searched? Because the police found all the murder weapons within minutes. No rational person walked into that bloodbath and thought, gee, I wonder if there's a knife buried under a pile of ash in the alley downstairs. Your witness, counselor? My turn. Ooh, we're back to blackjack, okay. Just right, it'll be critical that I gather as much information as possible about the scene of the crime, the ways in which it changed after I left. When did Sienna Security first arrive on the premises, ma'am? Okay, more time to add. Midnight, okay. Ooh, that's hour and a half. Let's see, right? That's an hour and a half after the cops secured the premises, so I can leave a little space in case I need to put more in between there. Midnight. And I'm just going to put Cyanus. Done. Okay. About 2 hours after my client was arrested. You're sure? Checked my messages and saw the time right on my phone when we got there. You were there yourself. Trouble with being a site supervisor. You gotta stay on site. Lot of naps and parked cars. Let's slip a few details about the building's setup when we first met. Time to get it all out on the record. Okay. I guess we start with the weather, because I'm not sure if that's going to be the gotcha. It was a warm night, I'll bet. You asking me about the weather? Not exactly grade A small talk. Relevance, Your Honor. I was trying to be polite, but if you insist. Were the windows open in the building when you arrived? There's a lot of windows. Not sure. The crime scene and the room directly below it. Were their windows open? Yes, those windows were open when Cyanus arrived. Strange. Didn't it rain that night? That drizzle was over before 9 o'clock. Okay, so that predates all the murders. God, that I don't have a lot of space. Okay, 9 p.m. I think that's enough to just put rain there. And even had it been a downpour, it's not a crime to risk getting your windowsills wet. Alright, so the building wasn't completely sealed by the time you got there. Press. Why was the building soundproof? Ooh. Is this going to be important? I think we got to risk asking it, so we're going to press build more. Why was the building soundproof? Why was it sound? Don't know. I'm not a building inspector, and I got the impression this wasn't a place that cared about certifications. You oversaw the site for days, and yet you can't tell the court. The witness has already answered, Your Honor. Witness that knows when to stop talking. At least I'm no worse off for having asked. Okay. Then we'll continue with building security, kind of going off of that. Do you know who owns the building that these crimes took place in? I don't. Do you know who installed the security features on location? It was Cyanus. Must have gotten hired by someone. Not my department. But you recognize some of the handiwork? The front door was cyanus. The individual vault room locks too. That front door was locked when officers arrived. They had to shoot it open. Shouldn't your security systems recognize officers of the law? Our doors use physical locks. A lot of folks in lower wards don't trust a fob scanner that can be hacked. Physical locks can be bypassed too. Sure, but at least that takes time. See, pressing here. Do all the doors require keys? I think that's important. Yeah. Is there any way to unlock that front door without its key? I mean, you could use a spare, right? Is there any way to lock that front door without its key? Yeah, but the technique's real complicated. You walk out and let it shut behind you. That door is designed to lock behind you automatically. It's a selling point for a building designed to be secure. Okay, let's see what we get from the alley. That knife was found in the alley only yesterday, even though the police should have searched there. Yep, seems like not everyone did their job. Did you do yours? Was the alley monitored around the clock? It was. Any disturbances to the scene in the alley? No, none. And I mean, there's no need to press, we got the 21, but what would it have been? Could this knife been planted? We're gonna say stay. Thank you, that was a very enlightening conversation. But it raises just one question. Whoever could have gotten inside the building before Chopin and Rogers? Checkmate. Sorry, blackjack. I forgot that we don't play chess, we play gambling. Real gambling. Julia, cards, and chips. The hell are you talking about? Your Honor, perhaps Counselor Morgan might narrow down her absurd, attention-grabbing claim first, so that the people can properly eviscerate it. Yeah, what she said! Someone got into the building before Chopin and Rogers did. That's become obvious. What are you talking about? The only way into that building was through the front door. Chopin had to shoot it down. Are you suggesting that he didn't even try turning the handle first? Wait a second. Evidence. Not the autopsy. Shit. Order of events. How did they get in? London's testimony, maybe? No, nothing about shooting the doors there. Makoto. Not that. Oh wait, was there a front door thing? Oh, thank you. These locks, I know that. No, dang it. I was trying to double check when was it left unlocked, or if London had sent testimony that it was open when he got there. Yeah, shoot, I only put cops arrive in my timeline. Okay, I think the play is the front door was locked. Because even if we lose chips on that, it'll be less stupid than if we try to raise and are wrong. No, the door was definitely locked when those two arrived. This witnesses testified that the door is designed to lock itself automatically. So it's impossible for the door to have been left unlocked. As you say, but in that case, if we know that the front door was locked all night, and we know that the master key was found on Creek's body on the 3rd floor, then where do I even... What the hell are you trying to say, anyway? Just that they used a spare key. Oh, a spare key. How convenient, but completely unfounded. The witness just testified that a spare key is the only other way in. But there's no proof that a spare key even exists. Probably not. No. Probably. So how about I show the courtroom where it was hidden instead? Okay. Let's see. No. No. Wait. Oh, because it was moved. Oh. Right? Is the dumpster in evidence? One sec. Dumpster. Very pleasant sound is uncovered by. It still shows signs of having been moved recently. Yeah, I think it's the dumpster. The dumpster. What's your obsession with presenting evidence found? I'm going to ignore that comment. Besides, there wasn't a spare key in the dumpster. It must have been underneath it. What? Is that true? Hey, don't look at me. I have no idea what she's talking about. That dumpster has clearly been moved, as indicated by the markings left behind from dirty rain in the lower wards. We can all see those marks, Counselor, but it could have been moved at any point after the last time it rained down there. The witness just testified that the last time it rained was 9 p.m. on the night of the murder. So what? Your claim is that a spare key to the front door was left underneath the dumpster? Not so dissimilar from leaving a spare key under a potted plant, or a setting stone, or a biwa statue. This isn't anything like either of those examples. That dumpster's massive, and its wheels are long gone. Correct. So if anyone had moved it after police had arrived, the cops definitely would have heard it. If it was moved after the rain stopped, and before Chopin and Rogers got there, that narrows it down to sometime between 9 and 10 p.m. And, of course, someone would only bother to move a dumpster that heavy if they knew what they'd find underneath it. Someone like... Ooh. No. Nope. Supervisor. Ooh. One sec, back to evidence. Okay, the surviving... Shit, what's the other detective? Not Miller. Dark card dumpster first. Not Makoto. Shit. No, because we're suspecting that it's someone who's here. We're trying to insinuate someone was there before Chopin and his partner arrived, so he's got to be out. Unmod forms. It would have to be someone who survived. And she does have armor mods, that's right. Okay. If it's not Han, I'm not sure who to say. I'm pretty sure it's not either of the two dead people, so it would have to be Chopin, but that seems to contradict the other thing. We'll risk being wrong. I got plenty of chips to burn. Nope, that seems promising. Had to be Han, of course. Counselor. Ooh, she's not looking happy. Showing off her mods, though. as a known associate of the Blue Blood Mafia and an employee of the security company who installed the front door at the crime scene. She'd have known exactly where to find a spare key. That dumpster also happens to be incredibly heavy, but I don't believe this witness's mod documentation has been submitted to the court. Could you estimate for us your approximate lifting strength? Lift with your back, not your arms, lady. Pushing strength, then. I couldn't push over a flower. Fact is, you're just bullshitting. There's no proof for any of what you've said. We could check for your fingerprints on the front door. You'll find them, because I've used it plenty of times. It's my job. We could check for your fingerprints on the dumpster. That thing's filthy. You'd get nothing but partials from a bunch of unlisted and addicts and whoever else stumbled around in that alley. Would we? Dunno. But after you do, I might just recall how I nearly puked when I saw that crime scene. And how I might have stepped out into that alley to catch my breath. Would you believe I rest my hands on that dumpster then? This line of questioning is unproductive, Your Honor. Counselor Morgan cannot substantiate her theory because the fact is, there's nothing strange about Hans Prince being on any centimeter of that building. Not when she spent nearly 2 full days patrolling it. True. If fingerprints won't be enough, I need something more impactful. And I've got just the thing. What? Han was there that night. She was there before the police ever were. She was there long before Sienna showed up at midnight. And I can prove it right now. How? Exactly. But what? I'm going to prove how she got there before the police did. What the hell was that? That's right. Did you really have to do that again? What is happening right now? This is a simple whistle. Every time I press it, every ad in the courtroom picks up a rather nasty frequency, as does any phone with a proper receiver app installed. Ooh. So, should the witness be excused so she can answer her phone, Your Honor? You brought that shit into the courtroom? Where exactly was this whistle found? At the scene of the crime, of course. Near where Creek's body lay. Police must have disregarded it as a keychain or a toy. Didn't anyone ever teach them that when you find a button you should press it? That's the exact opposite of what you should do at a crime scene. Yesterday, Dr. Sato testified that Creek was alive for several minutes after being shot. If he pressed this whistle even once in that time, the witness's phone would have started getting alerts, as I've demonstrated to the court just now. Anything to say for yourself, Miss Hahn? Did someone install the app on your phone as a prank? Its reception has a limited range. The Lower Wards is a tight-knit, high-density community. How far could you have been? Far. I wasn't in the area that night. It doesn't matter what range she was at, Your Honor. The defense claims that Han entered the building with some kind of spare key, letting the front door lock behind her to block Chopin and Rogers. But those 2 officers did enter after they shot the lock, at which point they didn't run into the witness. Creek was shot at around 9:45. Considering the time it would have taken Han to arrive and retrieve the spare key, she would have only been a few steps ahead of Chopin and Rogers. After coming so far with your brilliant spare key deduction, are you now going to claim that she simply ran away? No. At that point, she would have had to hide. Ooh. Wait. Only one found unlocked by Lon Reyes. Yep, but just double check. Yep. Let's get all these up. First floor vault. Since they didn't see her, logically, we must conclude that she hid in one of the rooms on that floor. That is logical, but also is entirely conjecture. Not this time. Detective London's testimony established the possibility. Remember what the good Detective London testified earlier? Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so we focused on securing the area. Sunshine and I cleared the first floor. All the rooms were empty, but one was unlocked. Can you teach me how to speak brackets out loud later? Oh my god, Andy can hear the brackets. 2 police detectives have sworn that one vault on the first floor was found unlocked. Unlocked, perhaps by a spare master key? Ooh. Is that some kind of big deal? Your Honor, what Counselor Morgan is proposing would put the witness behind Officers Chopin and Rogers as they proceeded upstairs. Ooh. Not a bad place to be if you want to do some backstabbing. You've got to be shitting me. That's... Ooh, Emma's coming in with counterpoint. That's some creative geometry you're employing, Counselor. Imagining the witness as somehow getting positioned behind Tariq Chopin, yet somehow remaining invisible to the eyes of Officer Rogers. That's non-Euclidean crime scene recreation. Very novel. Technically, the crime scene is already non-Euclidean, because non-Euclidean is in 3D space, technically speaking. Just saying. That insult sounded really smart, so I'm inclined to agree. Thought I had something, but when I tried to put the cards on the table, how could Han have gotten behind Chopin on the 3rd floor? Was Rogers distracted at the window, maybe, or... Wrong question. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm trying to work backwards at this point. I shouldn't ask what Han could have done to get in a position where she's able to kill Chopin. I should first ask what Han would have done to serve her own interests. Your Honor, there's some testimony I'd like the court to hear once more. If you could access the stenography protocol... The what protocol? Was I supposed to be taking minutes for this meeting? I can recall any testimony you want to review, Adonai. If Han won't self-incriminate, then the only testimony that could give me a clue as to her actions would be... Shit, okay, I don't think it's London's, because that's what we just used and it's not enough. So, Sosuke and Rogers. Let's start with Rogers. Oh, it's not freaking here. Okay. Is Sosuke's here at least? Nope. Why does it keep bringing up testimony things that aren't in our freaking evidence file? God damn it. Oh wait, no, that's Chopin's autopsy. Okay. I'm going to do save here because I'm pretty sure it's Rogers' testimony, but I want to save time if I'm incorrect. This one. Recite Rogers' okay, I got it correct. Recite Rogers' testimony from yesterday. Start from after they entered the building. What are you fishing for? We heard a loud slam. Chopin gets all deadly serious and insists I stay and he goes ahead. That's it. The sound Rogers has heard from the alley, the one that made Chopin want to form a pincer. That must have been when Han... Oof. Not disposed of the knife. Landed on the dumpster? Let me double check. Dumpster. Yeah, it makes very loud and pleasant sound, but it would not have been screeching. Yeah, screeching would have been distinct. It would not have been thump. So we're going to land it on dumpster. The sound the officers heard was that of someone fleeing the scene. Out the window, down the fire escape, and onto the dumpster. It's a bit of a drop. Even a dainty suspect would make quite the racket using the dumpster lid to break their fall. Your Honor, if we have to entertain this thread of conjecture, might we at least ask for proof that it ends somewhere impactful? I hear ya. Counselor Morgan, take this one seriously. You're telling me that. Okay. What exactly are you accusing this witness of? Emma? Oh, wait, sorry. Are you prepared to accuse Han of having murdered Tariq Chopin? One sec. It could not have been having murdered Chopin, because this sound for fleeing would have been before they split up. And she would have had to come in. Yeah, no. So, didn't kill Chopin. My theory's right, then it was the sound of Han fleeing the scene that caused the cops to split up. Yes, okay. In other words, at the time she left, Chopin was still alive. No, she's been uncooperative and has lied on this witness stand, but she didn't kill anyone. That was anticlimactic. I mean, perjury? Who even cares? I mean, it's important. Perhaps now, Your Honor, the court can get back on track, bring this witness's testimony to a close. And considering the fact that she may very well have perjured herself, I think it might be a better use of the court's time if we cleared the room for the remainder of this witness's testimony. No objections, Your Honor. I still say it should have been cleared the entire time. There was a shooting last time. Okie dokie. Bailiffs, clear the gallery and remove the defendant to a holding room. Jury did not like that. They're forcing us out. What the hell? Hey, tag along, would you? With Sosuke? Can't let someone with a concussion fall asleep, right? I'm certainly not still concussed at this point. See, he's delirious. Trust me. Very well, Adonai. Good luck. So it's just us three ladies in the back room. And sadly, because it's a murder mystery game, it will not be fun or romantic, sadly. Place empties out faster than I thought. No gallery, no jury live feed, no bells and whistles. You just give your testimony to the defense, the people, and moi. Then, when you're done, I get to watch them argue over whether or not I should add it to the record. So, you think I got something contentious to say? 4 counting 80? Yeah, that's fair, but 80 feels very much like a... She loves to watch a good cat fight, you know? Actually, before this, I'm going to clear my nose again. Truly, the human body's ability to create more mucus is disgusting. Sorry, but it's just going to be more of a cold shoulder. What I think is that you're scared. The hell? Of what? Who? You? An audience. But the pigs, you could give a shit what any of them thinks, says, does. Even if any one of them might leak what you say back to the old guard. What's an old guard? The ruling faction among the Blue Bloods, who use young bloods like this witness as their cannon fodder. Where'd you learn all that? You binge a late dine special? Knowing Emma, she just learned all this from... Matter of fact, I didn't... What? Not from London? Old guard knows where my loyalties lie. I'm no snitch. So now there's someone to snitch on? Ooh. I don't... help state prosecutors, and I definitely don't help Igorian lawyers. The court's already emptied out. We can sit here in silence if you like. 15 minutes of nothing, and then you walk out. But when you do, someone's gonna make assumptions about what went on in here. Tell me I screwed if I do, screwed if I don't ain't exactly got me feeling Sosuke didn't kill Greek. Maybe you don't care if an Ikarian dog goes down for a crime he didn't commit, but how do you feel about the person who did put that hole in Creek's chest, toasting to the news of the verdict? Screw this. Ooh, we got more time frames. Okay, 9:47. Night of murders. Got the alarm on my phone. Knew it was Creek, so this is all have specific frequencies. Gotta send them to your device if you want to listen for them. Okay. Real quick. On gets signal. I've got another point in the timeline. I don't have a lot of room. Okay. Creek had nerves like ice. Strong bluffer. Wouldn't press that button unless he absolutely had to. I ran. Was fast that way on foot. Usually is in lieu rewards. I knew where the spare key was. Helped set up the whole damn place. Doors, keys, sandproofing. Stepped inside, had just got my phone light out when those two idiot cops came up. Reds and blues, but no siren. Trying to be some kind of movie shit. I thought they were gonna shoot me. Then I heard Chopin getting ready to break the lock, and I knew they were gonna shoot me. Used a spare key on the nearest vault, dipped inside, and prayed they would just head straight upstairs. Lucky for me, they did. Wait a second. They headed straight upstairs. They didn't split up. Okay. I'm not going to force this in timeline. Did not split. That's big news. We followed after them at a distance, but yeah. Saw their boots on stairs, their shoulders around corners. They split on the second floor. One went upstairs. He was quiet, except for that squeak on the fourth step. At first floor addendum to the did not split, because that definitely changes one of the officers' testimonies, and the very important one. Craig used to joke that was a valuable security feature. They separated on the second floor without any prompting. Other one was stomping around the second floor, so I was able to keep my distance. Always knew exactly where that one was. Then one shouted down. He shouted, saying that everyone was dead. That must have been Chopin, just before Sosuke snuck up on him. I liked Greek. His boys were alright too. I did not want to join them in Red Hood's company, so I didn't risk sticking around a second longer. In Red Hood's... I'm gonna have to look up that Red Hood superstition thing, because I can't remember what it was. But I think it was like an omen of death, but like very similar vibes to the Huntsman thing. Later, I opened that window on the second floor and jumped for the ground. I was willing to hurt my knees, fall on my ass if I had to, but I ended up smacking the dumpster instead. Guy on the second floor shouted after me, "They're in the alley!" I heard windows slide open above me, footsteps on the fire escape, but my knees had stopped shaking, and the fog was with me. They never saw me. You're saying you never even set foot on the third floor? Not until I came back hours later as a Cyanus rep. Yep. Where's the spare key now? Bottom of the bay at the moment. Hell of a throwing arm, as you can see. I ain't gonna help you go snorkel around for it, if that's what you're asking. Well then, The people thank you for your testimony. You've cleared up a number of oddities surrounding this case, though none of the answers you've provided have changed the fundamental facts of what the defendant is accused of. Not quite. She was in and out, counselor. Didn't even set foot upstairs. I know. Not until she came back to secure the scene, right? Out with it, counselor. There's no need for theatrics without the jury or gallery here. I'm still here. I do appreciate the witness being so forthcoming about her first visit to the scene. Now I just need her to explain why she started covering up evidence when she returned. Ooh. The documents that were added. What are you talking about? Yep, scrap of paper, that was it. Found on the second floor, in room below crime scene, was hidden by trash and has a clear footprint. Why go to such effort to hide one small scrap of paper? What is that? More trash? Seriously? That's exactly what it is. Trash! Garbage! Some idiot knocked over a trash can on the second floor. It's a big building, this stuff happens. Still don't want to answer. That's okay. I will. You covered up that scrap of paper because it implicates you as an accomplice. Didn't see that coming? Because it's nonsensical, Your Honor. Counselor, you just got done explaining how Han arrived after the pod was killed and left before Chopin died. Not an accomplice to murder. Just the mafia equivalent of leaking government secrets. Ooh. Even though the papers were almost entirely illegible, it only took 4 characters for the P-492 plan to blow up in court yesterday. Years of blue blood planning all down the drain, because Creek was reading something he shouldn't have when he died. But if he shouldn't have had it in the first place, one has to wonder where he might have gotten it. Ooh, big sweat drop there. All because of one goddamn watermark. Identical to the one on your own business card. Cyanus Security? You leaked the red ink. Greek never asked nobody for nothing. Dumbass was a giver. Gave money, food, blood, more than any of us. Enough that the weaker ones wouldn't have to get stuck. A guy like that came to a two-faced con hostess like me and asked for help. That red ink is radioactive. Anyone caught with it, why would he ask you for it? Old guard knew Creek was charismatic, brave, smart. Everything they feared in a young blood. But they also knew Creek made them too much money for them to just off. So the old guard decided to wear them down instead. More jobs than any other crew, more responsibilities. Less downtime, no sleep. Keep them too tired to have time to rebel and wait for him to screw up. So you can make an example of them when they do. Managers would do the same thing when a host got too full of themselves. Started thinking they were the ones bringing in the money. They were the ones that should keep it. Just put them on the grind. Grind them into dust. One old bastard had them trying to grab that Ikaria kid or whatever. At the same time, another expected them to do some kind of arms handoff to a big shot. At least that was the rumor. Look, point is, Creek knew they had a target on their back already. So they wanted some kind of deterrent. They could have dropped that red ink into any inbox in town like a tactical nuke if they had to. And maybe that's why they fired their missiles first. You think the old guard killed Creek? I don't think it was that pretty boy Hound nursing those broken bones. Did he off the Chopin guy, though? I mean, I'd kill a stuck-up spoiled prick like that for no motive, so... Did that answer your questions, Counselor? Not the most burning one. When did this scrap of paper arrive on the second floor? Wasn't there when I ran out that window? It was dark and you were panicked. How could you even have noticed? Paper's white. If you had seen it, would you have taken it? You kidding? Yeah, of course I would have taken it. Would have eaten the damn paper to make sure. Why didn't you simply eat the damn paper later when you did see it? Removing an item from an ARC scan building would set off any number of red flags. And the first thing that would happen is they'd wind the clock back to see what it was. That's what I did. Looked back to see how the hell I missed it. The damn thing was never pick the ARCs had right from the beginning. Knocking over trash to hide it was the best I could do. Low reward survival tactics. Hide in numbers. This scrap wasn't on the second floor when you left, but it was on the ARCs from the start. That means Reyes' body cam saw it by the second floor windows, the one that connected to the fire escape. Your Honor, I believe we're done with this witness, even though all we've managed to establish is that... Nope. Okay, nose getting stuffy again, so I can clear once more. Maybe one good use out of that handkerchief more before I have to wash it. Good lord. Human body's disgusting. That someone went from the third floor to the second floor without taking the stairwell. Someone circled round. You got all that from one paper? Am I stupid? Just because those papers originated on the third floor... That scrap was found by the windowsill. Someone could have taken the fire escape. Exactly. Could have. Someone could have. But obviously they didn't, because then they would have run right into Dr. Sato. Ooh, where's this going? She has some evidence, or DNA or whatever? Ooh, right, because we had her testing the knife. Maybe an autopsy report if you even care. Should we let her in? Your Honor, you're the one overseeing the trials, so I can cry if I want to. Open her up! And kick the flirt out. But no, please... Hey, Miss Morgan. That Icarican dog didn't kill Creek's pod. No, he didn't. You gonna find out who did? Not really our job, we're just a lawyer. Not your job. Well, guess I deserve that. Finding Creek's killer is not technically my job either, Han. But if they're brought before me, I can promise I won't hold anything back. Appreciate the sentiment. But I am not gonna hold my breath. I won't tell any of the other young bloods to hold theirs. I mean, technically we weren't brought before Emma, but I mean... Anyway, Sato, phew. That's a news break. I'll leave the interpretation of the good and the bad to you two. That's cool, just imply on the ugly, it's fine. Counselor Morgan's hypothesis stands. This knife matches Miller's entry wound. Well, how about that? And it matches the wound better than the katana. Considering what we discussed yesterday, I'd be ready to say this is definitely the murder weapon used to stab Miller. Okay, Miller's autopsy has been updated. Let's conclude that the blade was stabbed in Miller's neck, not Sosuke's katana. Okay, that's it. But I've had no more luck with DNA testing than Sarah did. You weren't able to get anything. Nothing in the range of admissibility. However, like Sarah, I was able to perform blood type analysis on the blade. And while I also found AB- and B- samples on it, I found one more blood type as well. A+. One sec, just... Okay, no, AB-. Okay, we're safe. Had to double check that. 3 people cut with 1 knife? That can't be hygienic. As long as you don't stick in your mouth, you should be fine. A+ blood? Who was there that night that had A+ blood? Your Honor, these findings bring a rather alarming fact to light. 1 sec. Okay, nothing except the additional A+. If Dr. Sato believes that Miller was most likely stabbed by this knife and not the katana, that means that this knife was also the source of Miller's blood on Sosuke's bindings. So either my client killed 4 men while cycling between a gun, a sword, a bat, and now a knife with his wrists tied together, all before ever stopping to cut his own bindings. Or he was still in captivity when the Blue Bloods were killed. But wait, that almost sounds like someone else was there. An alibi for 4 of the 5 murders. That is not an alibi, Your Honor. Merely an increasingly strong shadow of doubt. The jury can decide that for themselves. Facts surrounding Tariq Chopin's death still stand. Sosuke Ikaria was the only living individual in the room Chopin was killed in. Sosuke Ikaria is the only person with his fingerprints on the katana. Something he corroborated with his very own testimony just a short while ago. And the defense's theorized fleeing suspect has already been revealed as incapable of committing any of these crimes. Yes. But unfortunately for the people's case, against my client, there's evidence that completely overturns our understanding of how Chopin died. Okay, no. Copy destroyed, nope. Wait. A+ blood. Might be easier to check in here. Chopin, A+ blood. But who else? His partner, whose name escapes me, was Barrows? No. Partner. Mill? No. Not Miller. Not Rogers, that was it. It's AB-. Okay. Actually, we'll double check Sosuke's. Oh wait, no, we already know. Because he was the only one who matched, I think it was the AB. So yeah, we're gonna go with my knife. The knife that Dr. Sato just confirmed was used on Miller. Very likely used to kill Miller, yes. But definitely used to kill Chopin. What? What are you going on about? Blood typing. Chopin is the only victim with A+ blood. Even my client, Sosuke, has AB- blood. Oh yeah, a whole lot of potential, well, at least 1 actual blood donor, but 2 very good potential ones dead. And my client, Sosuke, has AB- blood, yet Dr. Sato just told us that A+ blood was found on this knife. That blood could have come from nowhere but the single fatal wound tied on his autopsy. Chopin's blood was all over that scene. The knife could have fallen into it at any point. Ooh, check. Not at any point. No. This knife was removed from the crime scene and never seen by the Arcs. That means it had been moved into the alley before Detective Reyes arrived on the 3rd floor. But Chopin was impaled by the sword. We've all seen it. Yes, but not fatally. How could that stab wound not be fatal? Because it was post-mortem. Ooh, yeah. This is something I suspected, I think I said it in the other stream, but the sword, as the person was falling, supposedly still chipped the ground. Why would it not have done the more easier thing in terms of energy expansion to not just pop out the back of the corpse? There would have to be weight on the handle as Chopin fell for it to still chip the floor. It makes a lot more sense for it to have been post-mortem. You're basing this on the blood? Usually closely follows the stabbing, yeah? It's the amount of blood, Your Honor. An impalement doesn't leave much blood at the scene because the weapon acts as a stopper. I assume the amount of blood at the scene was the result of the sword being jostled afterwards because the wound had been aggravated. But this knife turns that idea on its head. Yes, Chopin was stabbed in the heart from behind, was most likely with this knife. He collapsed on the floor dead when the knife was removed, and his corpse was impaled with a sword in the same wound. Blood-based forensics is thousands of years old. And yet it's not improved too much, apparently, leaving a mark on the floor. The sword was only then moved around, increasing the wound size and masking the initial knife's entry wound, while utterly soaking the floor in blood. It's a possibility, if I may, Your Honor. This may be just a possibility, but it's the possibility that makes the most sense to me. Oh yeah, this is a very extreme tattoo. I'm pretty sure I definitely said that when we first met Sato, because it's also badass as hell. Unless... No, I'm seeing some tattoo bit above the neck, so it's not just part of this cool undershirt she has that's partially opaque. Scolopendromorph centipede? Oh. Because let's see... Yeah, we get some silence down here at hips. Not at the legs, though. So, waist up. It explains the irregularities with the victim's substantial blood loss, the pattern of the wound, and the indentation on the floor. It might make medical sense, Dr. Sato, but the sequence of actions you've described are not those of a rational human. But a rational human? How about an irrational one? Of course, it could also be geophilomorph. Possibly. Maybe in another chapter we'll get to see a bit more. Anyway. Wanting to frame Sosuke for the murder seems pretty reasonable. And stabbing the corpse with his katana would be the best way to do that. I mean, the fact that it's asking me here feels like it's a trap. One second, check the katana again. There it is. So let's chip at several points, especially the tip. Yeah, I'm gonna go with stay. I can't. Morgan didn't need it for the framing as much, but yeah. But yeah, it's like, because at this point in time, for it to have occurred, because it would have to be before the backup came, and we've had no evidence of someone else having been there, it would have to be Rogers, and they would need the katana to frame Sosuke because it's his sword, especially if, you know, the officer in question knew about him being a suspect in the Hound of Ikaria-based killings. I'm gonna go with they needed. You make a strong argument, Dr. Sato. In order to frame my client for Chopin's death, they'd have to put his fingerprints on the murder weapon, the knife. They wouldn't need to stab the corpse with Sosuke's katana. They could have just put the knife in his hands. Oh. Swapping out the murder weapon and disposing the knife is a 2 to 4 times as much work. Oh, okay, so I chose the wrong thing. Didn't get chips, but I didn't lose any. So I'll take that as a win. That many more chances to make a mistake. It's nonsensical. Stabbing Chopin's corpse with the katana didn't help them frame Sosuke. So what did it achieve? It made a big mess of some poor schmuck who would have to clean up. Yes, that's... Chopin's blood nearly destroyed all the red ink dots of the scene. But who says that's a coincidence? What if Chopin was stabbed twice just so that his blood would cover up the red ink dots? This is insane. Makes sense to me. No, not your logic for the stabbing. This idea of yours that Tariq Chopin was part of some kind of conspiracy to defraud the city. Agreed, that is insane. I believe just the opposite. You... What? Tariq Chopin was an unpopular, straight-laced political aspirant working as a cop only to improve his electability. His personality, his family, his goals, he'd have every reason to blow the whistle on Prop 492. And just get the whole project cancelled, leaving the lower wards an underdeveloped lurch. A lot of people would hate to see that happen. A lot of blue bloods. But the son of 2 city councilmen wouldn't care, and an Ikaria like my client would be actively rooting for it. You think Chopin was murdered just to cover up the fact that Prop 492 had been corrupted? Just all that money left on the table, all the future money coming down the line, that's a much better motive than... What was it you proposed? Exactly. That my client saw a police officer would rather stab him than having to explain why he'd killed his captors. Something along those lines? So, what's going on now? Did Sosuke do it or not? That will be cleared up in very short order, Your Honor, with the help of our final witness. Who is the final witness? Let's find out. And I'll take a sip. It has been a bit. So, yore wasn't even really used to frame me. Sorry, burp and a cough at the same time. Not fun. It was used to draw more blood from the wound to soak the papers. A very cold decision to make in the heat of the moment. Defiling a corpse just to protect investments. Colder than stabbing someone in the back. In some ways. Didn't think that was up for debate. Thank you for joining us once again, Officer Rogers. No problem. Where is everybody, though? Well, after the shooting yesterday, I'd rather not risk the integrity or celerity of this trial by rescreening every member of the gallery when I've already cleared the room once. Celerity? Speed! Trial's gotta go fast, baby! And it takes everyone a while to find their spot in the stands again. You were almost caught in the line of fire not 24 hours ago, Officer Rogers, yourself included. Surely you don't find the lack of an audience to be intimidating? Nah, guess not. Where'd we leave off with this guy, anyway? I believe that lawyer over there just accused my late partner of being on the take for the Blue Bloods. I was merely exploring a possibility raised by the witness's sworn statement, Your Honor, that he never heard any gunshots in the area himself. And I stay by that. Good. Does the defense have questions for this witness, Your Honor? Or should we all continue to glare at one another for the rest of the day? Tempting. I guess we'd better not. Your Honor, we ask that the witness testify once more about he and his partner arrived on the scene. Yeah, no problem. I'll repeat as many times as you like. I'm going to have to call you on that. So, what we know is that the time of the split is different. He originally claimed it happened on the first floor. It didn't until the second. And that the sound of the banging was not what prompted the split. So we have the whistle. Oh, it's just the whistle? Quiet night, but then my partner heard gunshots. We head for the nearest known Orca hotspot, and we arrived to find the building dead quiet. The door was locked. I checked the alley, but didn't see another way in. So we have to call on the whistle, but I don't know when that's popping up. So Chopin shut off the lock through the door, and we entered. Got that. Followed some kind of loud music at the stairs. Then there was a slam, and my partner bolted to the third floor. About a minute later, I heard a thud from upstairs. Came running. Found defendant standing over partner's dead body. And I were waiting for something, perhaps, to save the moment, I suppose. Only one thing at this point, and once I hit the trigger on it, things will really take off. Okay. So we know he didn't hear gunshots. Quit that already! As I've mentioned, I feel many times by now, that is a very unpleasant tone, Adonai. Sorry, Butterfingers. Hasn't anyone ever told you it's in poor taste to use the same trick twice? It's been a lot more than twice now. And besides, it's only an issue when it's used twice on the same audience. Speaking of which... Ooh! You gonna answer that, Officer Rogers? Ooh, okay, so... I'm liking the look on that face, and I would very much like to use it later. I did save on that because I wasn't 100% sure it was the first statement. It could have been the second one, which meant I missed the opportunity to call. Just to fill you in, officer, what I accidentally pressed just now is a whistle found at the scene of the crime. Weird coincidence that my little slip-up coincided with your phone vibrating. Can you read us the notification you received just now? Or should the court computer simply force open all your devices and splatter your data across the walls? Ooh. Officer Rogers, you have a so-called receiver application installed on that device, do you not? Yes, I do. Is that in line with department guidelines on use of third-party software on state-provided devices? It's not breaking any regulations? Doesn't need to earn you any demerits to make you look guilty of sin. You and your partner, that is. Did Chopin also have the app installed? We can go check. If having that app on your phone makes you guilty or something, you'd have to arrest half the cops patrolling the lower wards. What do you mean? It's common knowledge that orcas use unconventional tactics to talk to one another. Flags on buildings, clothes left out in line, smoke signals, probably even messenger pigeons. Where? Right, she has a fear of pigeons. That was in the first chapter. I forgot. Wait, is it still there now? One sec. Yep, nope, it's not here this time. So that is remembered from the first chapter. Fear of pigeons. Don't jump scare me like that. When you've got to figure the statuesque every pigeon's disaster waiting to happen. Anyway, whistles like that one aren't uncommon. So is it common for members of the police department to try to listen in on the chatter of groups like the Blue Blood Mafia? Lower wards aren't a place a cop walks into without every weapon they can carry. And that goes double for information. So there's nothing suspicious about his phone reacting to that horrible, horrible racket. Adonai, have I had to put up with that noise for nothing? Not for nothing. The witness is correct, Your Honor. There's nothing suspicious about having a receiver installed on any of your devices, even if you aren't a cop. What's incriminating is the fact that Officer Rogers' device responded to the specific frequency of this whistle. Sorry, officer. A little blue birdie already told the court that you need to input a frequency in order to get alerts for it. Yeah, I know that. So does the whole force, in fact. What? I see. What the hell is she reading over there? Officer Rogers. Testify about this anonymous tip that the police department received last night. Oh, haven't seen the submission myself, but it came through the department network straight to everyone's inboxes. Be advised, anonymous tip suggesting potential orca, analog chatter at the frequency listed below. Patrol officers and lower wards use this information at your discretion. That's absurd. What's the point of informing every cop in the city about a secret communications channel? The Blue Bloods would find out their line is compromised within minutes. Would they? I don't know. I don't control how anonymous tips get handled. But as soon as you got an email telling you there might be criminal communications occurring at a random frequency, you tuned into it right away. Believe it or not, I'm a little concerned about criminal communications these days. Having seen my partner murdered by an orca right in front of me. Barely 24 hours before nearly getting shot myself. Back up. You saw the moment of your partner's death? That's news to the court. You know what I mean. Your Honor, the tip was submitted, and the frequency was spread throughout the police department network. Likely because the Blue Bloods believed it to be compromised, having already been used at a scene where 4 of their members died. Officer Rogers may have the receiver app on his phone, but so do many other police officers in this city. The app doesn't prove timestamps of when frequencies are added, which is bullshit, just putting that out there. So there's no proof of when his phone first started listening for the frequency. Neither he nor his partner were members of the organized crimes unit. Therefore, they had no criminal informants of their own. They could not have obtained this frequency before the rest of the department. Since the defense cannot prove that this signal was acquired illegitimately, I never said I could prove that. I'm not sure where we're going with this. Oh, wait a second. Scrap of paper is unfortunately at the bottom because S. There. Dang it. Now, I know there's a thing about how common the footprint is. She couldn't have missed it, though, because it was white amongst all the other trash. And he had run to the window. He had run to the window and said, someone is fleeing. For your consideration, a scrap of paper found on the 2nd floor. The frequency could have been found on it before the red ink degraded. Even if that was somehow true, which it isn't, what would it matter if the officers acquired the frequency after arriving at the scene? Okay, no, not that. Damn. Lost some chips, but not a lot. Dang, I was going by proof that he is at the window. Because we know that was in the arcs. Okay. Chopin's fingerprints. Can't be the maggot. Wait. Oh, because they had yes! Oh wait, it's already at max. That's why it's there, because they had been the exact same ones to pick them up. The gun? What of it? Not just any gun. A Mag-US, legally registered to Onkur-Tan. And how do I know that? Because this gun was identified and scanned over a week ago, when Tanks was briefly detained by some well-meaning officers on patrol. Completely forgot about that report. Officers TC and HR reported the following: subject in possession of firearm in violation of parole, and subject in possession of suspect communication software installed on personnel phone. He wrote all of that in the report? You and your partner found the emergency frequently for Creek's Pod over a week ago by skimming Tank's phone, and sat on it until last night when he kindly dropped it off in the tip box. What the hell are you even saying? Why would we frisk a perp, get good intel, and keep it to ourselves? For the same reason your partner might report a generic shots heard over the police network when he already knew exactly where to look. The same reason he'd be ecstatic at finding documents on Prop 492 at the site of an orca bloodbath. You wanted your gold stars. You wanted to be first on the scene at the site of a blue blood massacre. Conjecture. Yeah. Counsel is badgering your honor. Oh, not where I thought it was going. Okay. And losing her meager thread of logic in the process. The previous witness testified that there was, in fact, a silent alarm that night. A silent alarm that needs to be actively pressed. It could have only gone out before Creek's heart stopped. Said witness responded to the alarm by traveling on foot, and yet arrived well before Rogers and Chopin. The lower wards are maze-like. She could have been closer. That whistle has a limited range over which it can be received. You propose that Officer Rogers and Chopin were within that limited range at 9:45 p.m., yes? Obviously you do, or else they would have never received their frequency at all. So, if person H is on foot, individual R is in a police car, and they both receive a signal at the same time. Goddamn, we'll prep math into this, oh no. The train leaves Appletown at 3 p.m. That seems like an irrelevant factor. All the court needs to consider is this. How could Officer Rogers and Chopin have possibly arrived later than someone traveling on foot if all three were within that range? Clearly, because it's a distress signal, they were waiting for them to die or come out wounded. Can't believe I told my geometry teacher that none of this would ever be useful. This isn't geometry, damn it, it's just logic. The fact is, they did arrive later than Han. I'm right about the motivation for Chopin's actions that night. If he was sitting in his police car and suddenly got a notification telling him some blue bloods were having a life or death emergency, how would he react in that moment? It would seem that the defense does not have evidence available to address this contradiction, Your Honor. Evidence explaining exactly how Chopin proceeded to the crime scene? Double check backlog wording. No, we don't know exactly how. We're going to stay on this. Regretfully, Your Honor, we do not have such evidence in our possession. But fortunately, Your Honor, we live in a surveillance police state. Pardon. And that makes it pretty easy to surveil police officers. The officer's patrol car, their cell phones, traffic cameras, optics data. I could request any of it. Hell. Your Honor, I formally subpoena all of it. What? What? Can she do that? I'm not sure. I'm still learning. Mrs. Drunken swiped my front door and reminded me exactly how much power the police have. It was her dutiful checking in that made me realize just how hard it is to lose a cop in this city. Whatever it takes to answer this question for the court. After Officer Chopin reported that he heard shots fired at 9:45 p.m. Exactly how long did he and his partner do donuts in the parking lot before actually driving off to the scene? Ooh, that's a guilty looking face right there, motherfucker. Kind of big ass from the defense, but it's entirely doable. Do the people object? The people, of course, object to any data collection effort that would be a waste of taxpayers' money or violation of the privacy. So we would prefer that the range of this request be narrowed somewhat. Narrowed perhaps from everything to something. Happy to do that, Your Honor. I promise not to act like a kid in a candy shop when browsing through. If you do this, if you subpoena that data, you'll... Ooh. Telling on yourself already, sir. You'll just see me driving like a lethargic moron. Ooh, suddenly all professional and no longer nervous, huh? Officer Rogers. He seems different. Hardly recognize him. Agreed. I recognize his type. Soldier. Your Honor, what the defense is suggesting is largely accurate. Pardon? That's a first. Though there are some corrections I feel I should make at this time. No objections here? Officer Chopin is the one who discovered the frequency when we apprehended Ankurton. He entered it into both our receiver apps at that time without my knowledge. It wasn't until the night in question that he chose to inform me of the intel he had obtained, and how he planned on acting on it. At 9:45 p.m. we received a signal. Before I could react, he had put out a notice on the police network that he had heard gunshots. It was at this time that he told me to drive towards Blue Blood territory. As he started to explain to me what he believed we would find, I chose to take a suboptimal route. We spent several minutes in traffic as he berated me for my sense of direction. So you both knew this silent alarm would lead you to some kind of blue blood emergency. But only you realized that meant you should take your time getting there. Logically, a silent alarm is triggered during a confrontation, not afterwards. I had no desire to walk into the crossfire of an orca gunfight without backup. You could have had backup easily. My partner had no desire to share our intel, or how we obtained it. I apologize to the court, Your Honor, for being evasive or misleading during these proceedings. And I intend to take full responsibility for doing so. Really, because it feels like you're suddenly telling the truth in that you were acting all scared and anxious before. Which is the real you, and can you prove it, Rogers? But I was not eager to admit the role my own cowardice played in these events. Really, you seem very confident right now, sir. Not a coward at all. Nor would I ever want to imply that Officer Chopin was responsible, in any way, for his own murder. Very warm sentiments from the officer, delivered with a voice as cozy as ice water. So you're telling the court that you and your partner arrived at what you expected to be a bloodbath, and you still shot the lock off the door and started stomping around inside while separated from one another. Respectfully, ma'am, with the route I took, the time it took us to arrive, we expect to find all targets neutralized. And that expectation was reinforced when we arrived on the street and found the whole vicinity dead quiet. Yet we were still the first on the scene despite my stalling for time. I think that might have enthused my partner. He was excited and I let him set the pace. It's my deepest regret that I agreed with his request to split up. First to arrive on the scene? We know that wasn't the case. A blue blood got there well before you and your partner. That's what you were talking about. The witness wasn't present for that individual's testimony. He's merely giving the facts as he knows them. And he can't have known that there was a blue blood in the building. On the contrary, he already testified about encountering them yesterday, as they made a not-so-silent retreat down to the alleyway. That was a blue blood making all that racket? I see. My partner, Chopin, he shouted that there was someone scrambling around down the alley not long before he was killed. Oh! Did he now? Did he? Because, someone else's testimony says otherwise, motherfucker. He must have opened the windows on the 3rd floor to check. He must have. Sure. That's a new detail, Officer Rogers. Pardon me if I failed to mention it yesterday. It occurs to me you weren't present in the courtroom when this other curious detail was brought to light. The fact that there was another weapon at the scene of the crime. A bloody knife, which somehow ended up down in the dumps. Know anything about that? No, ma'am, I do not. Playing dumb? Oh, wrong move. But I do know Cyanus is a bunch of amateurs with conflicted priorities. Explain this to the court, then. Forensic analysis has already shown that this knife was the murder weapon used to stab Miller, getting a healthy amount of his blood on it in the process. It's also been established that this knife must have been what my client used to cut his own bindings. If you say so. The evidence says so. If the defense isn't interested in asking the witness questions, perhaps they'll answer mine. What does that have to do with the Officer Rogers? Everything, of course. Allow me to show you why. Okay. I think it's got to be London's testimony. Right? wait a second. No. Yeah, London's testimony. Because we already know the knife was used to kill. And he was arrested. He was seen arrested Sosuke up top. So when would the knife have gone down there? We know for a fact that Sosuke had to use that knife to cut his bonds. And Detective London has testified that Officer Rogers apprehended Sosuke alone. So why can't the officer who apprehended the man last known to be using this knife tell us how it ended up in the alley? That is a question well worth asking the witness. I have no idea what you're talking about. When I found your client, he had the Mag US and he had the sword. The sword he had stuck through my partner. This knife you're talking about, where do you find it? In the trash. Drum. Down in the alley. Well, then some crime scene tech idiot must have thrown it out, thinking it was bio-waste. Or some cyanist lackey tossed it as a prank. I wouldn't know. Because I spend hours being debriefed in that room, on the 3rd floor, while they set up the arcs. I spent all night in a room with my partner's corpse. Never took a trip down to empty the recycling bin. We know the knife was with Sosuke at one point. We know it ended up down the alley later. So it stands to reason that someone had to walk it downstairs and out of the building. If Rogers never left that room all night, then someone else must have moved it. Nope, he's the only person who could have. We have to raise here. There's no other possibility. 0 points for you. 0 points again. All that processing power, and you can't manage to think in 3D. It doesn't matter if Officer Rogers stayed in that room all night, Your Honor. All anyone needed to do to dispose of the knife was step out onto the fire escape and drop the knife down to the barrel waiting below. No need to leave the 3rd floor. No need to leave the crime scene at all, Officer Rogers. What kind of trick shot bullshit are you talking about? That is a long drop, Your Honor. A straight drop. Gravity's convenient like that. The target was a small drum in a dark alley. Said drum was burning when the police arrived. The target would have been plainly lit, and I've taken both of your arguments into consideration. After much deliberation, I have come to the conclusion that the pros method for moving the knife from the 3rd floor is not actually that hard to do, assuming a modicum of hand-eye coordination and a basic understanding of Newtonian physics. Well, obviously, couldn't anyone manage that? Quiet down, you're a master fighter. Practiced martial artists who are masters of every muscle in their body, individuals like yourself and me, might find it hard to relate. But there are some who would struggle with the task. Understanding ballistic and distinctive to humans, yes. Yourself and I... Wait, hand-eye coordination? Eloquently put, Your Honor. So you must agree that someone with hand-eye coordination so bad that they hold the record for worst marksmanship in the entire police department? Someone with such poor aim that they opted to physically assault a target rather than shoot him. Someone like that might find it impossible to pull that off. Ooh, chest check, don't count. Excuse me. She's talking about me, Your Honor, and while I find her tone unflattering, none of what she said is false, but your tone is very calculated. Apologies that dropping the knife from the fire escape didn't occur to me as a possibility. It just must be that for me personally, such a method of compromising a crime scene is not only unthinkable, it's impossible. All the stupid details come back bite me in the ass, the piss poor aim that Linton mentioned? Is it possible that Officer Rogers faked his poor aim at the academy? It's easy to not hit your target. But why would he intentionally flunk a shooting test years ago? To give himself such a strange alibi here today? Maybe not for that specific thing. But I don't think we'd be able to prove he did it to be stationed lower ward specifically to help Blue Bloods. He didn't flunk his test. He got the very lowest score you could possibly get while still being certified. Good lord, you'd have to be trying to. If his goal was to receive the exact minimum number of points needed to pass, his margin of error would actually be much smaller than anyone simply doing their best. But then, what about when he first saw me? It's true that any other cop who saw me standing over their dead partner would have just unloaded. Instead, he ran up and hit me. If he's not actually that bad of a shot, why am I still alive? That's a story Rogers has been telling so far, that he instinctually didn't bother to fire. His gun wasn't discharged, Sosuke's got the bruises. We accepted that line of reasoning. But if I assume he's more dangerous than he's led us to believe, why wouldn't he have just shot Sosuke when he had the chance? Could have told his fellow officers whatever story he liked afterwards. And we wouldn't even be having this trial. Obviously, he works for the Old Bloods, and he needs to be alive for the Old Bloods to get that sweet, sweet cash. I feared for my life. That's all he'd need to say. That's all they ever need to say, right? Under what circumstances would it have been impossible for him to claim that? Your Honor, I'm reminded just now that my client and the witness were in a physical altercation. I apprehended a murder suspect, yes. Surely you aren't suggesting I used unreasonable force. If anything, you used unreasonably little. Not at all, but I imagine things happened fairly fast. Isn't it possible that a knife on Sosuke's person may have been knocked away into a corner during that moment? What are you... It may have. I can't say that I would have necessarily noticed something clattering onto the floor while I was trying to cuff a violent perp. Perhaps, Your Honor, the witness ought to testify about everything he recalls from the moment he confronted my client. Jogging his memory might be the only way we can address these gaps in our knowledge. No objections? Then let's hear it. Good versus evil, man versus machine, cop versus robber. I'm not a machine, or a robber. Don't worry, Sosuke. If need be, Ad and I would go through a whole trial just to prove you're a machine. That's technically true. She has done that. What kind of joke is that? Okay, so we have Yoru. I don't think that's it, but once again, I'm going to note all the evidence. Yoru's sword. So I'm looking for anything that has to do with the fire escape, the sword, medical records. Oh no. Okay, one sec. Evidence. Well, we still can check. There might not be a fourth piece. Oh god, why has it got to be all the way... Wait a second. There you go, records. Okay. Cut across from the body is likely from interrogation. Left hand was broken from the kidnapping. Slight laceration was when he cut himself getting free. Internal bleeding. Bruising. Burns are not important. First on that. Split across tops of feet and pant legs. And the largest wound being on the top of the skull. Okay, that's probably the big thing. So we need a moment where he could have caused injury. Large wound on head. And what else? Oh, wait, that was just blood. Yeah, that's not important at all. Broken hand. Cutting himself free. Internal bleeding. Actually, no, they would have been roughing up physically, so internal bleeding would have been unlikely. What kind of stuff causes internal bleeding? Just gonna note that internal bleed seems like another possibility. But not the bruising rope burns. Not the blood, and the large wound on the head. The head one is probably the important one, but internal bleeding, just in case. Is there a fourth piece of evidence? No, okay. The blue bug fled down the fire escape in the alley, poked my head out the second floor window. And I heard a sickening thump from above on the third floor where I knew my partner was. Drew his service weapon and rushed up the stairs. He drew his service weapon. He saw the defendant. Okay. Shocked, but he's clearly injured, and the sword was stuck, so before I knew I was running at him, so gun was in hand, by his testimony. He turned to me with dull shock, just as I whipped my pistol butt into his forehead. That's it. But, it was the back of his head. Last after that, the room was a mess, my blood was pumping. If he had dropped a knife at the time, I wouldn't have noticed it. Despite his change of posture, he's still telling us a story. More detail, one of these details is about to bite him in the ass. There it is. Medical records, it was at the back of his head. Want to bet? Ooh. Sounds very brave, Officer Rogers, but that's physically impossible. How could you have knocked my client out with one strike to the forehead? When it was the back of his head that was injured. What are you talking about? Yesterday he had bruises across his entire body. An exaggeration that doesn't hold up to the scrutiny of his actual medical record. Largest wound found on the crown of head. The crown, as in the top of the back of the head, where the crown sits, you know. The butt of a pistol leaves a surprisingly specific impression on the human body, Officer Rogers. I assume Dr. Sato is still in the building. Perhaps we should call her back and have her examine my client on the stand. Sosuke, you'll have to remove your shirt. To get my head checked? Addie, come on. Rein in the thirst a little bit. We're about to gotcha on this. Oh, here we go. That would be a waste of time, Your Honor. Counselor Morgan has taken advantage of some rather vague wording in the medical record to make her argument. Largest wound. But the fact is, the defendant was covered in various bruises all over his body when he was taken into custody. As opposed to your other head? Yeah. Including on the front of his skull. She's not wrong. I still remember every ache. It's entirely possible that when Officer Rogers struck the defendant on the forehead, the blow was glancing, but still hard enough to knock the defendant backwards. Had he fallen backwards hard, he very easily could have sustained a large wound to the crown of his head at the moment he hit the ground. Respectfully, Your Honor, that's ultimately not something either the people nor the defense are experts on. But even if we were, neither of us could examine wounds that are no longer visible. Sosuke's injuries mostly healed as of this morning. Hope that injection helped you sleep real well last night, Sosuke. Your Honor, as I see it, either we could extend this trial indefinitely, with both the people and the defense flying an X-ray specialist and contusion analyst to argue back and forth about fracture lines. Or we could accept that events more or less took place as the witness described. He hit the defendant on the head, and the defendant fell backwards onto the floor. If the head wound's open to interpretation, then... Let's see. It's been a real long time. Okay, we're doing another save here. Is that this far in it might just be a full-on end failure instead of just chip loss. Okay. Let's go far enough to see his story. Oh, actually, wait. The internal bleeding, perhaps? One sec, let's check. Once again, medical records. Torso and skull. Internal bleeding. Wait, no, that might have still been the interrogation. Could be argued. This torso and skull. I'm gonna go with this, because maybe there's another piece of evidence we can come to. It's possible that events took place exactly as Roger described. But if that's the case, Sosuke would have fallen onto his back. And yet the medical report tells us that he's covered in blood on the front of his back. Okay, so we should have raised, because medical report did say more. Officer Rogers claims that Sosuke was hit on the forehead and fell backwards, but what would he have fallen onto? In that room? Probably blood and guts. Yuck! You're exactly right. All kinds of firsts happening in the courtroom today. He would have gotten blood all across his back. But that's not how he looked when he was arrested. The medical report clearly states that he had blood on the front of his body, telling us that Sosuke could only have fallen forward. And what of it? Maybe he did. Maybe he turned his head weird while trying to dodge. Things happened fast. Don't try to bullshit a bullshitter. Fast enough that you may have, in fact, actually struck my client from behind. Yeah, maybe. Took him by surprise when he was no threat to you. But, he's a target to knock out at that point. Makes sense why you wouldn't use lethal force in that scenario. No, he was... The guy's got nearly a full head on me. True. I don't deny it. Which makes it highly unlikely the witness could have simply hit him on the crown. If things happened as you say, and he had the element of surprise, he would have simply aimed for the easiest target possible, the one easiest to reach, the center or bottom of the skull. Not quite. Excuse me? I never said that my client was standing up when this happened. Ooh. You mean he was asleep? No. Considering that he was struck on the crown of his head, it's obvious that at the time, Sosuke Ikuria was bent over picking up the sword. My client must have been bent over. He was bent over when the witness came from behind and... Adonai. What? Why are you interrupting me now? Because I thought you would want to know you were about to phrase things in a way that would sound very silly. Right. Yes, let's double check that wording. Bent over when the witness came from behind and gave him a pounding, I guess. What are you talking about? Sarah's right, Morgan. You should let her take this one. What? It was when Sosuke bent over to pick up yore. That's when Officer Rogers struck Sosuke on his crown. As I've said, the one thing I do remember besides walking out there was picking up my sword. Picking it up off the ground. Having your android argue the weaker points for you now, counselor? No, apparently I was going to give a big innuendo. that made it sound like this guy was fucking blasting ass. Sorry, that's that's a reference to the other streamer of Demily Pyro who played this game, and when first seeing Rogers, like, how much art do you think of this guy getting his ass blasted is already on the internet right now? Gonna have to share that in my Discord. It's hilarious. Not exactly the bravest tactic. Tactics of refreshing your breath. Oh no. Morgan, that's not as clever as you thought. What can you claim is weak about the argument? Positioning. If your client really had walked out of that holding room and was then immediately hit from behind, where could his assailant have possibly been standing? Sosuke had to get out of his bindings first and then push open the door, and he wouldn't have been concerned with keeping quiet as he went. There would have been plenty of time for someone to hear him rummaging around in there and figure out where they could hide. In the corner of the room, here. That doesn't work. If that was the case, your client would have fallen face first here. But instead, he was apprehended here, in the center of the room. It makes sense to me. What about these dragging marks, actually? Looks like he dropped like a sack of potatoes by the door. Sure. But then he was dragged to the center of the room. Would explain the streaks of blood we can see were discovered on the floor. Thanks, Emma, for helping our case. So those weren't left by him gliding his feet in order to move silently. I was hoping to learn that technique. Your Honor, I fear the defense may not realize the weight of the implication that her statement carries. If, as she claims, Sosuke Ikari was knocked unconscious by Officer Rogers the moment he walked out into the room, oh, I know, then my client never had any opportunity to stab Tariq Chopin in the back, and the only remaining individual who could possibly have killed him would be me. Yes. Any thoughts on that, officer? There's one thought that's been frustrating me for some time, actually. One I expected the prosecutor to voice, but perhaps I misjudged her. You... what? None of what you're saying makes any sense. You say I hid in the corner to surprise Sosuke, and that I then... what? Snuck up on Chopin? How could I do any of that if I was downstairs at the time Chopin was killed? At the time Sosuke killed him. The implication is that it wasn't Sosuke that did it, so... It's not that the thought hadn't occurred to Emma, you idiot. It's that once I address this point, your entire testimony falls apart. Booyah! And the truth of the case becomes crystal clear. There's no misunderstanding on my part, and I suspect none on the part of the people either. Because the truth is, when you and your partner arrived, you must have immediately taken the lead. He was the one who delayed arriving there. Wait, one sec. And, falling behind, actually. Falling behind would have made more sense. Glad I didn't just jump onto that. Rogers fell behind while Chopin charged ahead up the stairs. Things happened exactly as Rogers claims. Sosuke is the only one who's alive and alone with Chopin. The first KO'd Chopin. Knocked out Chopin as soon as they arrived. He'd never have dragged him up 3 flights of stairs, just used blood to cover up some documents. No. So was taking the lead? I'm not sure where this... Okay. You were the one who took point, not your partner. Excuse me? Chopin shot up the lock. Sure, I believe that. He was the one all gung-ho about coming there anyway. But after entering, you went ahead of him, while he covered you. What? You already told us you wanted to stall, wait for backup. If Chopin charged forward, you couldn't slow him down. But if you went first, you could go as slowly as you liked. and Chopin would be forced to match your pace. You were the one who cleared the room and shouted down that everyone was dead. I told you. I testified. So did your blue blood tail. Testified all about how you and your partner separated on the second floor. Objection. Mischaracterization of testimony. The witness the defense is referring to did encounter 2 officers, but the witness never identified either of them. The blue blood didn't need to. All they were waiting to hear was whether any blue bloods were alive. So after Rogers shouted down to Chopin that everyone was dead, they bolted out the second floor window. And when Chopin shouted someone was in the alley, Officer Rogers opened the windows behind Creek's body to try and spot the runner. Then he ran down the fire escape to try and follow them, only to give up when he saw there was no ladder to get down with. It's entirely possible that Chopin yelled that someone was in the alley from the 3rd floor. The scene of the crime is soundproof, remember? No one in that room would notice a commotion in the alley unless he had already opened the windows to check it. So since Chopin yelled about it, he had to have been the officer who stayed on the 2nd floor. This blue blood rat of yours just misheard, or they're lying. There's no proof for any of this. Yes, there is, officer. Scrap paper, which I improperly used earlier. That scrap paper was found by the 2nd floor windowsill. But it's not just any scrap paper. It matches the red ink documents that were found where the pod died. And it happens to have a partial boot print on it, proving that someone stomped from the crime scene down the fire escape and into the 2nd floor. That doesn't prove anything. Your own client could have left that boot print. My client was arrested barefoot, remember? You should. You did the arresting. Maybe Chopin. If Chopin was the one who brought the scrap down from the 3rd floor, that would put him behind you, meaning you couldn't have walked in on him being attacked by Sosuke. Just counselor. Even if we accept that Rogers was on the 3rd floor, then moved down to the 2nd, the sequence you're describing ends with both officers reunited on the 2nd floor, with neither of them dead. But obviously Chopin did proceed to the 3rd floor because that's where he was killed. So now we're back where we started. Back where we started? You're forgetting one key detail in this new sequence of events. Thanks for the Wilhelm Marengo. At the time the officers reunited on the 2nd floor, my client was already unconscious. That's right. Meaning the only person who had a chance to kill Officer Chopin was, in fact... None of this shit matters. This lawyer's trying to accuse me of killing my partner. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would I do something like that? Depends. What? Depends where you live. Not uptown, I assume? What's it to ya? Single bedroom? Yeah, whatever. Not great. Excuse me? And having to ride around all day with some insufferable, spoiled, rich stick in the mud? Knowing the whole time that you, your job, your whole goddamn police department, this is all just a bullet point on his resume. Counsel is battering the witness in lieu of making an actual argument. Apologies, Your Honor. I'll state the motive plainly. Prop 492 was corrupt. Blue Bloods and worse would profit off it at the city's expense. But it would also bring economic relief and badly needed repairs to the lower wards. Might also stop the canopy from, just falling down, crushing everyone who lives there. But a climber like Chopin wouldn't care about any of that. Now, every photo I've seen of this guy, he's had a big stern frown. But I'll bet he was grinning ear to ear when he found that red ink. Must have made you sick to your stomach. So you killed him. And then you bled him like a pig to try and destroy the documents he'd have plastered all over town. You're crazy. That's Not possible. He's been disarmed, right? Like, I'm just putting it out there. He doesn't have his gun on him, right? Do the people have anything to add? Emma hates losing, but she's not stupid. She must be getting sick of having cover for this. Oh, she's got one more thing. Officer Rogers, you were the one who entered the 3rd floor first, weren't you? What is she doing? Yes. How long were you there before your partner alerted you to someone escaping through the alley? More than 2 minutes, less than 3. You had a chance to start looking the room over? Yes. And did you see anything as politically explosive as what the defense has described? No. Nothing of the sort. Your Honor, the witness is blatantly lying. We know the documents were there, and we know Chopin found them, because they were found underneath his corpse. And it is the defense's theory that he was killed because of those documents, because he would have tried to make them public, essentially. Yes. That's the defense's proposed motive for this man to kill his partner. Yes. I see. But why would he be prepared to kill his partner for reading documents left out on a desk, when he had over 2 minutes to simply get rid of them beforehand? Ooh, another chest check. Ooh. A damn good question, Your Honor. Do we have an answer for it? I'm getting there. I'll get there. I'm close. His layers are falling off. This is a cold guy, cold enough to walk into that room, knock out Sosuke, and start calmly looking around. So was he lying? Did he actually see those papers? No, I was right. The papers were in plain view. He just had tucked them into his jacket. If the papers were in plain view, were they? I don't remember. Where the hell did I put them if not on the desk? Take them out of Creek's safe and think they were nothing important, so I just... There's probably one page got left where I could stick the bottom of Roger's boot. Before I left, I reorganized things, tried to make it seem like I was never there, so I stacked things neatly. Yoo-hoo, counselor, any cuckoos in or around the nest? Pardon me, Your Honor, I was simply overthinking, to be honest. Officer Rogers didn't dispose of the red ink when he had the chance, because he didn't notice the red ink. It's that simple. A simple answer to a simple question that simply doesn't measure up. If Officer Rogers didn't notice the red ink docs in the 2 minutes he had with the scene, how did his partner discover them so quickly? Neither of them were looking for illicit government documents at the site of a gang shooting. Neither of them would want to start disturbing a crime scene when there are bodies and blood all around them. Correct. Rationally, neither officer would want to start making a mess of the scene. Something must have simply caught Officer Chopin's eye. Very bad luck on his part, as it turns out. You've got to be... What the hell are you talking about? What could it have been? Sounds like a tough question to answer, but there aren't as many possibilities to sift through as you'd think, Your Honor. Because it would have to be something that caught Officer Chopin's eye, yet not that of his partner. In other words, something at the scene that Officer Rogers wouldn't recognize. Your Honor, this is pointless. If the officers knew this was the site of orca violence from the silent alarm, and there was blood and corpses all over the damn place, and the red ink docs were not in plain sight amidst all that carnage, what could have possibly have drawn Officer Chopin's attention to them? Need to retrace Chopin's steps. Specifically, is there anything in the evidence record that he left a trace on? No. No. What All prints. No. Double check. What was the question? And you know, he left a trace on. There was just the knife, but I don't think that's it. Let's check. Double check Yoru. Yoru in the sound system. No. Sound system, sound system. No. Known only to rich or criminals. Dark card. When Rogers first entered the crime scene, he must have seen Creek's datapad resting on top of some papers. You think the red ink documents were beneath the datapad at the time? That might explain why Rogers didn't notice them, but that's only half an answer. Then how's this? It wasn't the datapad that drew Chopin's attention, Your Honor. It was the dark card that was stuck inside of it. The dark card? Seems like little more than a fancy credit card to you or I. But if you're rich enough, it's an unmistakable sign of powerful forces at play. Exactly the kind of thing that would put a gleam in the eyes of the politically ambitious Officer Chopin. Right up until the moment he saw the bombshell hidden underneath the datapad. Your Honor, this speculation, Chopin's prints were discovered on the datapad, Your Honor. We know he must have picked it up. That datapad was found by police on the desk, so we know he must have put it down. I'm merely proposing that he didn't put it down in the exact same spot. Just because this dark card happened... Hey, seriously. What the hell have you two been talking about? What the shit is a dark card? Ooh. Proving that he didn't know what it was, but Chopin probably did. Cryptographically anonymous wallet card that rich people use to buy illegal drugs and gifts for their mistresses. Not common knowledge, unless you brand in circles as high up as the city council. Oh. Yeah, you're right, I didn't know that. Never heard of that. Assumed you were being literal. It is a dark card. Thank you for that outburst, sir. I think you just helped prove my point. Yeah, to be honest, it wouldn't surprise me. Chopin going around picking up whatever he wanted at a crime scene without even radioing first. Sounds about right. Bare hands, mouth breathing. Guy was big on following the rules, just wasn't that good at remembering any of them. Not me, though. I remember every rule. Follow them, too. Partner breaks a body cam. I request a new one. Let him use mine. Stop him from getting sued by the next punk he bumps into. It was a real risk for him. He had money. People would sue him if they could. No one would try to sue Huey Rogers. Only thing the judge could award them would be my own goddamn debts. I don't think I'm bad with money, just bad with debts. Can never seem to get rid of the stuff. Why are you going on this tangent, sir? But even I'm not so stupid that I wouldn't wear gloves at a goddamn crime scene. You mean... Obviously, counselor. From the minute we pulled up to that building until I was relieved from duty and sent home the next morning, I was wearing gloves. 3 stories, an alleyway. I can swear on my parents' grave I didn't contaminate 1 millimeter of it. Didn't put my greasy fingerprints on the windows, the doors, the murder weapons. You'd never know I was even there. So you can say I did this or claim I did that, but the city's only ever gonna hear you that some Korean bastard killed a bunch of blue blood punks, and that Tariq Chopin died a hero trying to save the day. Way to do a villain monologue when no one had directly said he did it. Hadn't I? Is that true? Is that possible? After all this, is it possible that... Sound like villain of the week on Columbo? Yeah. But the jury... Surely they can see. The jury will see what the adjutant decides they need to see in order to properly render their verdict. If the adjutant comes to the conclusion that witness or a line of questioning would only serve to confuse the jury... 80. Your Honor, the jury... Give me a second to think here, girl. I'm trying to build consensus and basically everyone's mad. So maybe the adjutant rules in our favor. Maybe the jury sees things our way. But there are no guarantees. After all that, it's just... comes down to a gamble. That is how we do what we do. Always does. Yeah. But you still get a chance to sculpt your hand, and I can do a lot better than this pile of shit. Just have to take my licks first. Here we go. Your Honor, I disagree. About what exactly? About all of it. About everything. Look, we know someone moved from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor via the fire escape because of that scrap of paper, which would have put them in the perfect position to walk up behind Chopin. And we know Chopin picked up the datapad because his fingerprints are on it. So we can reason Chopin was investigating the desk before he died. And of course, we know he died reading the Wherein documents because, duh, his body was found collapsed on top of them. Put that all together and nothing. You still have nothing. Nothing except circumstantial evidence tying this witness to a theoretical sequence of events. Emma, did you get hit in the head too? What? We have Officer Rogers' fingerprints on the murder weapon. What? They'll never go all in unless they think your hand is crap. Put on a show. Ooh. Interesting. I mean, it's the only option we get, so... That's right, the bat. Did you think we wouldn't notice you left your fingerprints on it just because it was broken into splinters? Baseball bat used on trade? Forensics failed to pull a single print from it. Is this your idea? Joke? Wait, but that's all we had an option for. Jeez, take it easy. I misspoke a little. Also, I don't have my reading glasses. What? Oh. Sus. I mean, it's the only option again. The mag US that was used to kill tanks in Creek. Pretty stupid to forget to wipe your prints off a piece that gaudy, don't you think? So what is this? Are you throwing a tantrum? Making a mockery of the courtroom? The prints on that gun belong to Sosuke Ikaria. Ooh, the demerit got reduced. We were up to like minus 10 or 11. That was only a minus 3. This is staged. Oh. Sorry. Guess I was thinking of another case. Is there perhaps a gas leak on the other side of the courtroom? Well, don't I feel stupid? What I've been trying to say is that Officer Rogers failed to notice he left his fingerprints on the most important weapon of all. The very blade that took his partner's life. Enough of this embarrassment. What the hell's wrong with you? I know a mob lawyer would be corrupt and vile, but how can you be such a stupid bimbo? Do you think we're all idiots? My fingerprints aren't on that goddamn knife, and you know it. My mistake. I can see here that, yes, I was misreading the fine details, and it does appear your fingerprints are not on that knife. Sorry. You... No, dear. What? Heartbeat. This is bad. What's happening? What? What is it? Oh, I guess we're all just wondering. How long have you known it was this knife that was used to kill your partner? What? Confused? So are these two. Because like you, neither of them were in the courtroom when Dr. Sato updated her autopsy report. So I knew that Chopin was killed with a knife. And the people knew that Chopin was killed with a knife. But how did you know that? There must have been 50 cops in here when that doctor, far fewer than 50 actually, more like 0. We had already emptied the courtroom by then, a courtesy we extended to a blue blood witness. For some blue blood rat, you crazy Harvey, trying to trick me at the last second. You think I walked in here and prepared? No, of course not. Right there, Rockford, the prosecutor. Before I took the stand, she told me all about the knife. Ah, so that's your plan. Right, Rockford. Before I came out here, didn't you? Ooh. Buddy. She does the right thing. It's always great to reveal a full house and a rake in the pot. It's even better to reveal a handful of shit you bluffed your way to victory with. Say something already. Just say it. But every now and then, a different kind of victory comes along, where you just get to sit back and watch someone else self-destruct, because they completely misread the dealer. Say it. Say that you... Boom! Hell yeah. Fucking... So, come on. There we go. Screen grab of the fucking best Emma moment yet. Hell yeah. Emma finally blowing up all the defending she did for your dumbass. She did her best. She tried to save you from this, but then you had to fucking make her an accomplice. Ooh. What? Just shut up. Is that so hard? Are my instructions unclear? You need me to salute you first? Stop talking. You are completely, utterly, 100% guilty. Why the hell would I perjure myself to help you? But, hey, start counting. Because from this second on, every word that comes out of your mouth adds directly the number of years you're going to rot in jail. Unless those words are your confession. He's the Hound of Ikaria. He murders for the mob. We could put him away. They don't want to put him away. Not for your crime, not for murdering the son of 2 city councilmen. Have you lost your goddamn mind? But he's a murderer. Well, not all murderers are created equally. Well, not all murderers are hunted equally. Gotta say, Emma's never been hotter than this. Like, she's still on the side of, like, the law for horrendous reasons, but damn, she's got a moral backbone. She will not become an accomplice to your crime. The nobility assassinating each other, let it ride, keeps them divided. Orcas fighting lower wards, let them sort it out, keeps their numbers down. A monster shoots 6 women in the heart, leaves no evidence behind. Call us back when he kills someone important. Strange. Once she's properly infuriated, there's usually no stopping her. Well, if she's not going to twist the knife herself, I shouldn't let it go to waste. Your Honor, if the witness is having trouble choosing a place to start for his confession, perhaps I might help by laying out the details for him. You bitch. He was counting on Emma to step in. Now he's sliding down the rocky face of despair. Fingernails split and bloody as he attempts in vain to slow the descent. Not very dignified, so I won't leave him hanging. I'll be happy to speed him along. In summary, a week ago you acquired a blue blood distress signal when you were rescued tanks, but your partner insisted on letting him go, keeping the code to yourself. So the night of the murder, when the alarm went out, he jumped at the chance to be the first unit on the scene at what could be a gang shootout. You did all you could to stall, but your partner pressed on, and even shot open the door in his hurry to get into the locked building. You made up an excuse to keep him on the second floor, proceeded to the third on your own, relieved that everyone was already dead, and puzzled by the delirious Sosuke who you knocked out with one blow to the back of the head. But by calling down to your partner to convince him, you were already too late. You alerted an orca hiding downstairs. And when they fled out the window and down to the alley, you opened the windows of the crime scene to give chase. While you were scanning the alley from the second floor fire escape, your partner proceeded upstairs, where he was just as stunned as you were, but intrigued by the presence of a dark card you'd never recognize. He knew that it pointed towards the involvement of powerful parties. It was simply bad luck that he found the red ink before you. But he must have felt like he had won the lottery. He was the one man in the city who'd benefit the most from exposing the corruption it hinted at. He must have been salivating at the opportunity right in front of you. Standing in the blood without a second thought, you had taken the knife from Sosuke. Hadn't even thought about it up until that point. You knew once the rest of the force arrived, there'd be no stopping the red ink from going on the record. You had one chance to blot it out for good. That's all a lie. Just smoke and mirrors, tricks and guesswork. The Hound of Ikaria is standing right there, next to you. The Blue Bloods themselves even tried to kill him right in front of all of us. No, they didn't. Excuse me? I have it on very good authority. The Blue Bloods wouldn't want my client assassinated. Oh, I'm sure. So considering where the shooter was and the direction he was aiming, the only person he could have been aiming at would be, well, you. What the hell are you talking about? Seems like the old guard wanted to make sure there'd be a swift punishment for letting Prop 492 blow up. So you can keep protesting your innocence if you want. It might work out. And you might be able to avoid the next Blue Blood to come after you. And the next after that. You might survive just long enough to end up the only casualty in a tragically unavoidable case of friendly fire. Your Blues coming after you from above and below. Who gets there first is a coin toss, so tell me. You feeling lucky? Punk? Oh. You. Any questions? You and this DA, you're... Officer. You're both. You're all... Oh, he's starting to cry. Out of your damn minds. Love to see it. Love to see a cop cry. Just chef's kiss. Man, I don't need to eat for 24 hours off of this sustenance. Do you work for the Blue Bloods? Never thought of it that way. Even back when I was a kid, I thought they were just another institution. Like a neighborhood watch, people looking out for each other. Everyone's parents off working, or enlisted, or in jail for civil disobedience. The whole neighborhood that's cops, medics, goddamn firemen wouldn't set foot in. Didn't see it as transactional. Thought I was just lending a hand. My blood ain't worth shit. I wasn't useful enough to be young blood, not good looking enough to be a host. I kept going to school. They helped me pay for it. Because it was, in fact, transactional, they expected to get something in return. Police Academy. Their man on the inside. Wasn't exciting as it sounds. I made sure it wasn't. Test scores sucked. Aptitudes sucked. Clumsy. Boring. Made sure no one would want to give me anything important to do. Valuable enough that the Blue Bloods wouldn't out me. Not valuable enough that the cops would give me anything worth passing on. The world's worst double agent. So bad at his job, he'd never be expected to double-cross anyone. Imagine the look on my face when my reputation for nothingness gets me paired up with the worst babysitting job on the force. Tariq Chopin. We were perfectly matched, in a way. I didn't want to be near nothing, and nobody wanted to let him near anything. Nothing dangerous enough to get him hurt. Nothing real enough that he'd go blabbing to his dad's. We went around to schools. Those are the jobs we'd get. Building security, morning assemblies, telling the kids what cops do. Here's how to call for help. For a goddamn joke. There are worse things to be. You think I don't know that? You think I give a shit that kids were laughing at us in the back of the class? The teens were throwing soda cans at our car? Good for them. At least they were having fun. Tariq was never having fun. He was just burning inside. Humiliation, bile, stomach full of it. If he hadn't found the code on tanks that day, I don't know. The guy would have either put in his 2 weeks' notice or just drawn his gun, walked into the nearest Orca mansion. So when you two arrived at the building, it happened like the defense attorney said. Told Chopin some bullshit about smelling contraband on the second floor. He started poking around. I went straight to the third floor because that's where the bosses would hang out back when I was a kid, and where they'd give us spare change to buy their groceries and pick up their laundry. Never met this creek or his pod in my life until we stopped on Curton, different gens, and I'd never seen anything like the bloodbath in that room. All four of the pod were dead when I got there. Believe me, don't believe me. I ain't no hound of Ikaria. I don't even think he could have done that either. Considering how he stumbled out of that water closet like a bloody water balloon. I did whack him on the back of the head, but my hand to God, I'm not convinced it did anything. Face down in the blood, out like that, could have woke him up with a nuke. When the hound dropped, I searched him, followed protocol, had that knife in his hand. I called down, said everyone was dead. That blue blood bolted, Tariq called after them. And yeah, I opened the window, tried to follow. I guess Tariq didn't know the ladder was out. I would chase him down, because by the time I stepped back inside, he was upstairs. I walked up those steps expecting him to be puking, crying, shaking, I don't know. Instead he starts yelling down, happy, ecstatic. He can't believe this scoop of the century. I realize I know what he's talking about. Your blue blood superiors let you know about Prop 492. Lots of people knew the deal with Prop 492, even non-blooded civvies. Nothing wrong with any of that so long as it stayed a rumor. So long as the state didn't know we knew where the pillars were going to be built. It was a nice thing, believe it or not. People in lower wards whispering about big money coming in. A little excitement to look forward to. Tariq was excited, too. All he could see was forward. Barely reading the words in front of his eyes. Not giving a shit about anything behind him. Not caring about what he was trampling over. I didn't plan on doing anything, if that matters. If you care. I was moving slow, but I wasn't trying to hide. Oh boy. Buddy, you are so fucked. Like, so fucked. After taking off the hound, I still had that knife. That goddamn knife in my hand. You all seem like educated people, so I take it none of you all believe in evil. We believe in evil. Down in lower wards. It's like a fog. Hangs around certain people, places. And it poured off that knife like a water fountain. The devil made you do it. Haven't heard that one in a while. If it wasn't for that dark heart being there. You know, Tariq told me once, said he wanted to become mayor. I just did this stupid fake laugh and told him he had my vote. I don't know why I did that. Shouldn't have done that. Laughed at him? Shouldn't have lied to him. And so, Your Honor, the people will be dismissing the charge of homicide in the first degree with prejudice. What does that mean? They can't charge you with Officer Chopin's murder again at a later date just because they found more evidence. And the 4 other charges of second-degree homicide, we will be dismissing the 4 charges of second-degree homicide without prejudice. So she's not quite convinced I couldn't have killed Creekspot. Miller's blood having already been on the knife you used to get free in the first place was pretty huge. Combined with Rogers admitting that you basically stumbled out a walking corpse. But the way the state sees it, their murders aren't any more solved than they were at the beginning of this trial. It's to be expected. Then the jury will be dismissed, the court will be adjourned, and you, Mr. Ikaria, are free to go. Everything that's happened to you last few days, how is that leaving you shocked? Yeah, Morgan is very good at what she does. All she needed was reasonable doubt, and she made the fucker crumble to the point where he's tried to implicate his own defense, the people's attorney, to perjure. God, that fucking idiot. I'm not shocked, I'm just grateful, Counselor. You have my ahem. Your Honor, is there perhaps something else you wanted to say? Well, if you insist, I guess for some reason, even though the jury's been dismissed, it's actually their job to do this part, the charges were dropped. I have the strong, overwhelming urge to say, not guilty. No, that needs to be much bigger. Maybe, I cast ye innocent? No, that sounds dumb. Fading out as she's talking. 456, August 16th, 2086. State Building, floor 48. The 80s great. Sosuke is overly contemplative. Well, I guess also overly complimented, because a lot of people keep talking about how good he looks without his shirt on. So, how do you plan on celebrating? Adonai. We won, in case you two somehow missed it. And won so definitively that the police, even the Blue Bloods, can't hold a grudge. Right. My apologies. I'm grateful to you, of course. It's just that I still haven't gotten an answer to the question that's been haunting me. Even more so than whether or not I killed Chopin. Someone slaughtered Creek's entire pod. Then they had my life in the palm of their hand and framed you, Sosuke. I don't think they were doing you any favors. And yet they did. They let me live. It feels strange, owing everything to someone so unknowable. Well, you'll have plenty of time to think on it, spending the rest of your life hiding your head in the sand, ignoring the vast riches that sit untapped in a savings account across the sea. Adonai, he's made his stance quite clear. I don't intend to hide, Morgan. The Blue Bloods can try whatever they like as the captions break on me again. A sec. Where's the thing that usually fixes it? Test. There we go. Fun fact, there's a Columbo episode where the killer and possibly also a victim is a cop. I mean, they had to do at least one, if they are being realistic. Because Columbo was all about taking down people who thought they could get away with it. I don't intend to hide, Morgan. The Blue Bloods can try whatever they like. They can find me standing right where I've always stood, protecting my family. That was some anime character shit. Good job. Seems there's someone who'd like to speak with you about just that. Sosuke? Young Master! Please forgive me, Young Master. I've failed you. Repeatedly. I'll accept any punishment. Very well. 108 years of manual labor. Oh. Yeah, that's about as merciful as I expected. At least he picked a good number. 100 and... Of course, Young Master. You'll need to spend that sentence serving as my head of security, so that I know you're actually doing it. And that means you won't be able to do other jobs anymore, even ones that the elders ask you to do. Even delivering messages. It's a punishment handed down by the heir to the noble house Ikaria, Sosuke. Who could possibly overrule it? As you say, I'll start right away, if you don't mind. That is probably wise. Grandfather is outside in the motorcade, and he's had nothing but criticisms for the current formation. Colo's boss murdered a guy for some deeply stupid reason. That tracks. The chairman is here. He came here. Probably just happened to be on his way to the airport. He is, Councilor Morgan, surprisingly astute of you. Though he is leaving quite early if he just wants to get to the airport. None of our private planes are even fueled. Okay, so Makoto is quite smart for the sassy lost child they are, but not super smart. Not reading between all of the lines. It seems to be a universal truth that old people like to get to the airport early. That sounds very... Sorry, wrong voice. That sounds very wise, Sarah of House Paralegal. Who are you quoting? Oh, man. Whew. Then, if you'll excuse me for a moment, Counselor. Yep, feel free to... Oh. The whole family's coming out here, apparently. Okay. Take Sarah with you. Pardon. If you don't let her look at your tattoo now, I'll never hear the end of it. Yes, well, that's... Here's the important question, though. It's, like, super important, though. Will we also get a chance to see the tattoo? Like, just asking. Some people like muscular backs. Right, then. I'll, find a corner, too, in which to lift up my shirt. Congratulations, Counselor. You succeeded on all fronts. Thanks. Not satisfied? Makoto seems to be in a good mood. If you ask him for a bonus now, shouldn't I just negotiate with my employer directly? You're the one who hired me, aren't you? At the very least, you're the one who put my name forward to Makoto. It's easy to see looking back. How else would they have got... Well, how else would Murray specifically have gotten her address? Bringing may not have muscular backs at the top of your attraction priorities, but can certainly appreciate it. Oh, absolutely same. But I've heard some people absolutely go off on backs, and you know what? We gotta help them out. Why make them go through an entire 2.5 chapters just to see one very good back, if it's available? You're the only one who's acted in Sosuke's interest this entire time. Who isn't a child. And what of it? Why me? Why does it matter? Because I value my privacy. I want to know why a woman with your resources would put an ant like me under her magnifying glass. Such cruel metaphors you employ. Someone who values their privacy that much should, in the future, avoid directly confronting the board of multinational corporations. Noble's board of directors. You are not among them myself. But when one woman shifts the opinion of a room that stagnant, even by a millimeter, word gets round. So she heard of us from the Dr. Assure case. Ah, I see. My, you really are a shy little girl. No, putting the genie back in the bottle, but I won't recommend you to anyone else if it bothers you that much. Thanks. Though you can be pretty shy yourself, letting Makoto take all the credit. Why the subterfuge? I have already overextended myself in this matter. A woman from my side of the house intruding upon the IFG's business. I don't mind that I'll have to rip out fingernails in front of the elders as recompense, but I thought I might spare myself the additional pinky or so. You're being literal, aren't you? Disobedience always has a cost, especially in old families. Especially for daughters. Yeah. Oh god, is this how Morgan's gonna end up connecting with Mirai? But not flinching as you pay the toll carries its own kind of power, don't you think? Maybe I'm just trying to dress up my cowardice as dignity. Disobedience used to come naturally to me. It gets harder the older you get. Harder to believe your independence wasn't just immaturity. That's why I'm glad Makoto's such a good boy. I don't want him to feel any guilt later in life. Yes, Makoto certainly takes his responsibilities seriously. Can't imagine where he gets it from. I was such a hellraiser. He must get it from his father. I suppose it's an interesting mark below Sosuke's eye. Wait. Hold on. Wait. Mirai. Is that a decoration on the glasses? I don't think so. Wait. Does she have one beauty mark but she fakes up another, or a piercing to cover it perhaps? A+. No, it's Sosuke. Ah, AB-. Damn, that would have been something. I mean, it's still possible, but man, it would have been a surefire connection if they both had the same blood type. Looks like a mole, but it seems to be hereditary. Does Makoto know Sosuke is his Wait! No! Wait! Holy shit. That... I was correct! I called it! That there was... Because he left for the military, and I thought that maybe the connection, the caring, was for her specifically, not necessarily romantic, but it fucking was! Oh my god! You also don't understand, there were two opportunities during the stream. Two opportunities for me to make a joke about soldiers going to war and someone sleeping with their girlfriend, wife, etc. while they were away, but there was the opposite. Oh my goodness, the soldier slept with someone's wife before going away, so the timeline looked like it was someone else's child. Motherfuck! Oh, Morgan. Wait, I forgot to double check. Profiles. Makoto's blood type. A-. I think A+ and A- can still be the same. I can't remember how blood typing works, but It's a much smaller leap in logic from AB to A+. Holy shit. Not something I was gonna expect to have to look for. Fuck. Does Sosuke? I would be very disappointed in Sosuke's intelligence if he didn't. That's why Sosuke left the family to join the military, wasn't it? Does that mean that Makoto can unite the Blue Bloods with Ikaria? Technically, yes. Or worse, could become the target for them, because being younger means they could legitimately be a kidnapping target. Oh, fuck. Oh! And even better, if the grandfather had any inkling of that, if Chairman Daisuke had any inkling, that's another reason he would not have fought against Sosuke guarding their child. Because the Blue Bloods do paternity tests on blood at all kinds of crime scenes, it would have been more likely for them to suspect that guard, even if Makoto's blood was shed. Because why would they go, well, clearly the lost heir is this child of two Ikaria. No. They would have gone, this fucking bodyguard adopted into the main house. Boom. Fuck. The question is, does he know, though? There's still a chance for us to talk to the chairman himself. Let's see. Why he has to become the Hound when he came back. Self-imposed exile for interfering in your arranged marriage. Interfering. We were younger then, but we still knew what we were doing. We knew there was no stopping the marriage. If we didn't cover up the pregnancy, others would. Or just eliminate the problem themselves. Sosuke left before the bridal shower. A sudden enlistment, certainly, but I don't blame him for not wanting to be there on guard duty as I married another man. If Makoto is Sosuke's son, though, that means he carries his blood. If he stands to inherit from both his father and mother his worth. I understand this is going to be hard for you to believe, coming from a woman like me. But Makoto's already worth enough. He has his health. He has his mother. And his father will always be close by. Every moment we've shared as a family is worth its weight in gold. And as you've now seen, when given the opportunity to choose between Makoto and the Blue Blood fortune, Sosuke chose the former. All of you, you could have it all. Why don't you want it all? We already have it. I see. You don't understand, do you? As was hinted very heavily towards the end of Chapter 1, Morgan does not know what a happy family is like. So yes, she wouldn't understand this. I hope you do, someday. Oh, I don't like the heartbeat now. I think that woman might have just been added to her shit list. Let's get back to something I fully understand then. Bargaining. One blood test from Makoto could split your precious house right down the middle. Your husband will be infuriated, assuming he has a pulse, and whatever connections you married him for will burn up in seconds. So unless you guarantee me that I'm free to turn down any job, don't make any unnecessary threats, counselor. It makes you look weak. Take it from someone with experience. You're always free to leave the house. But if you find yourself slinking back, don't be too hard on yourself about it. It's just what the house does. Now, would you excuse me? Sosuke seems to have satisfied your companion's curiosity for the time being. No! The back! Fuck. Sarah, I need you to send me high-def pics of every second you saw that back, and send to my phone immediately. Brad is a woman who has brown hair and is shorter than Morgan. Yes, that is also true. but she's also of a noble house, so she would not have been an easy target, but pissing her off by saying, "Hey, you don't know what a loving family is," might be a bit much. Might have punted her up the list a little bit. It's very rare for him to have any time to himself. You don't understand, do you? Oh man, a flashback to like seconds ago. Counselor Morgan. Emma. What's that look for? So that's 2 wins for me now, isn't it? After Rogers went nuts and perjured himself all over the place, you're calling that shitstorm a win? I definitely wasn't a loss. You're ridiculous. Thanks, by the way, for letting things play out as long as they did. I imagine you wanted to put the brakes on things a number of times back there, but now that it's all out, my client won't be getting knifed by cops or blue bloods. At least, not for anything he didn't do. You think I was happy to let the Hound of Ikaria walk out of my courtroom? Your courtroom? I'll have to have a word with the adjutant. Please don't. Yes, I had my doubts. The OC unit had been getting a number of odd reports in the last 24 hours, truth be told. What do you mean? Bursts of anonymous tips about figures in red being spotted around Creek's place before and after the killings. Figures in red. That's right. The Rust. Ah, right. The Rust. I don't like the timing, but it's not as if OC can ignore the idea altogether. Someone killed those 4, and it wasn't Sosuke or Rogers. If you don't like the Rust for it, where's your head at? I think we still have it here. I think it's one of the terms. Is it the Rust or Rust? Ah, there it is, Rust. Another criminal organization, which is more accurately described as a loose collection of smaller gangs. So pretty much, I can't remember the act. It's probably one of the other terms, but it pretty much turned smaller gangs into, it redefined small gang cells as the equivalent of terrorist cells. And I remember this mostly because I made a comment about how that's so fucking stupid legally, because you're either making everyone worried more about these gang groups because they're being called terrorists, or you devalue the term terrorist because now you think, oh, it's just another one of the gangs out in my neighborhood. But yeah. The Rust also... what's the term? Took mods from people who were dead so they could resell it to people in need of mods but could not afford new, which is pretty much all the corporations provide. New parts only. If you don't like the Rust for it, where's your head at? Whoever killed Creek's pod did with such unhinged brutality. Yet it was executed with precision so cold-blooded, they managed to virtually erase their presence from the scene afterwards. Yeah. Tanks and Creek were both shot from fairly close range and near enough to their solar plexus. I don't know how I messed that up. I suppose bashing Trey's skull in was overkill, yes, but it was the safest way to erase anything his mods may have recorded. And even if it was an afterthought, that overcorrection is in line with perfectionism, interrupted by... forget it. No, I think she's figured out it's connected to the Heartbreak Killer. Specifically, it's like aimed so close to the solar plexus, you know, what is it, 2 inches to the side of the heart? Oof. I'm seeing things that aren't there. First sign of obsession. Or very good pattern recognition portion of your brain. Obsession? I'm jealous. You seem like you never let anything get to you. It's unpleasant, you know? Feeling like you're possessed by something. or someone. Ma'am, I've never been flirted this way before. But please continue. Well, if it was easy to wrest control back, it wouldn't be an obsession. Just puppy... Okay, specifically mentioned. Where's this going? I'm glad we're staying at an hour and a half longer than planned. Waking up tomorrow is going to be a treat. Oh, that's me? Gotta take this call. See you around, Morgan. Yeah, see you around. In Chapter 3. Just don't go telling anyone that was a win, or I'll have you arrested for spreading misinformation. What about my clients, though? Because, like, getting a client off to the point where you guys say, we're no longer going to follow this with prejudice, meaning not coming back with other evidence, is really fucking good. Well, we can't have that. Okay, Morgan, I fulfilled my obligation to Sarah now, so now you can buy me a goddamn drink. Pardon? You can start your 108-year sentence tomorrow. I've got some paperwork we need to go through before then, and I don't want to do it sober. Oh, you're serious? Of course I am. Everyone knows it's tradition for a client to buy their lawyer a drink after being charges like this. And in this city, they take them to this one special bar, Kintsugi. I've never heard of that tradition. Or that bar. Yes, well, you've lived a very sheltered life under the roof of House Ikaria, but I forgive your ignorance. Time for you to put that fat wallet you've been accruing that whole time to good use. I suppose I do owe you a great deal. Very well, but first I must inform Lady Mirai and the young master. Go right ahead. Be my guest. What was that, Adonai? Did you want to get a look at Sosuke's tattoo as well? I'll take a rain check. Sosuke seems much more animated this afternoon, don't you think? Did you say something to him? No. No, I didn't do anything. Sorry, that's just a real precious moment. We'll just go here. I see. Then perhaps his injuries were just taxing him more than we realized. That must be it. It had been threatening to rain all day. Gray skies spanning a slate blue world. It was cold, and all the hummers were humming. All the heaters were humming in their rush to overcorrect for it. Just 3 o'clock, raindrops started hitting the windowsills. Not a problem. She had her umbrella. At 3:15, the adults started leaning back in their chairs. Watches and phones were checked. They were preparing to leave. At 3:24, another topic is brought up. The gathering resigns themselves to a continuation. It's 3:45 by the time the girl is able to excuse herself. She has 15 minutes to get back to school. Hardly impossible on foot if she hurried, but she could have asked to be driven there. For some reason, the thought never crossed her mind. She hesitates at the door. She left her umbrella behind, back upstairs. It's not like her to be so absent-minded. The smart thing to do would be to go back up and get it. It is 3:49. I don't know where this is going. At 3:51, she is jogging. A non-committal yet still undignified rush. When she sees the time on her phone roll over to 3:52, she starts to run. She hates running. A small part of her considers sending a text. She'd never been the one to text first. Come to think of it, she'd never been the one to text second. She only had one number in her phone's contacts, after all. At 3:56, the school gates are in sight, Her eyes had been straining to see them. She wasn't looking down. Her knee stung in a shallow, sharp way. The palms of her hands were embedded with specks of gravel where she caught herself. Rain-diluted blood ran faintly down her leg as she dripped water into the mundanely tiled floors of the hallway. At 3:59, she pauses to at least catch her breath before sliding the door open. If her heart hadn't been beating so loudly in her ears, she would have easily heard the voices behind it. Laughing. One sec. This seems like it would be serious enough I should clear my nose once more. Alright, and rinsing that out is something I have to do before bed now. Fun. This first time she killed, I'm still thinking so. So a bunch of people laughing. Where do you even come up with this stuff? Hey, I can't promise it's going to be that exciting every week around here, but... what are you... I thought you had a family thing. I was right. I was right in that she was all the conversation bits we actually saw and not the ... But am I correct of some sort of, like, taking over this person's life? Or is this just another horrific memory that's, like, changed her forever? Oh, shit, are you okay? What happened? You're soaked, and... I thought... We're the Mystery Club. Name pending, I hope? I was told the name could change. You're right, Ev. I just went around to people on campus and tried being friendly, being myself, and people started signing up. But forget that. Your knee. It's fine. You must be freezing. Let me give you my coat. Screw it. I'll just carry you to the nurse myself. Is this a guy or a girl? Is this a girl with brown hair? Stop. Ma'am, this girl just showed up and she's bleeding. What? Bleeding? Everyone stand back. Where is she? Who? What's her name? I don't know. I don't think I've seen her before. You, girl, come with me. I'm taking you to the infirmary. Ma'am, she's cold. That's very nice of you, but it's not sanitary to share uniforms. To share uniforms? Excuse you? Stay here and wait for the floors to be cleaned. Don't worry about it. I can walk on my own. Oh, no. What does that moment mean? Tsugi in the future. It's still going. Alright. And with a little sprinkle of salt just along the edge, there you have it. Oh, that looks wonderful, thank you. Of course. Let me know if you need anything else. I must admit, Morgan, this is quite a fine establishment. And so exclusive. The whole staff here on hand to attend to just the two of us. That's one way to phrase it. I can't imagine what the waiting list must be like. Right? Lucky for you, you've got a man working on the inside. I can assure you a table at any time, Sosuke. That is a good way to phrase that. You or any of your housemates ever need a quiet spot to lay low from the judging eyes of high society? Now you know where to send them. I might do just that. And these prices, so reasonable. Shit, knew I should come with the digital menus. So you can update prices. Hey, Sosuke. That name they have for you, the Hound, that a title you were given, or just part of the mantle you chose to take up? No, I was called that long before I started delivering messages. Long before I got my tattoo. Truth be told, I'm not sure where it came from, or when people started using it. Childhood nickname, I suppose. Earned by following Murray around like a puppy? Right. I never, Who told you Murray was the heir when we were... It's a miracle you didn't break under torture. You know that. The Hound of Ikaria. So everyone called you a dog when you were a kid? Jokingly. Lovingly. Uh-huh. Murray's right. I don't know anything about Redacted. One of the many things I've long since acknowledged that I'm missing. But obsession, addiction, those are easy enough to grasp. I've rolled the dice plenty of times by now. There are no demons haunting me, no other drivers in my car. Just me, sitting in the dark with a hole in my chest. When it's hungry, I feed it. But it'll never be full. Because the hole was there first. And it built a girl around itself, so it wouldn't have a place to hide. How can you tell? That they called you that lovingly. I suppose you never know. You just trust. And if you do trust, then that's your answer. And besides, what's insulting about being compared to a dog? Everyone loves dogs. Okay, I understand. I get that. Counterpoint, bitch, is a comparison to a dog. And also an insult that has lasted at minimum since the Roman Empire. Look it up. The phrase lupa was used as an insult because it was slang for prostitutes, but also referred to the supposed divine wolf that nursed Romulus and Remus. Romulus being the founder of Rome, Remus, I can't remember that part of it. Maybe became a werewolf of some form. Anyway, the point is, the term of comparing someone to a dog as an insult, specifically a female dog, has lasted since the Roman Empire. Fun fact, you learned that. Probably even you. Actually, wait. Is that a specific thing we learned in this thing? It's a profile from Morgan. It'd be funny if the answer was no. Damn. Not mentioned. For your information, I like dogs just fine, Sosuke. But I can never live as one. Everyone's already collared in this world. Tagged, labeled, classified, and put in a box. But even so, I refuse to sit at the end of someone's leash. Better to remain astray. Better to remain without a family. Okay. What is that? Tab to auto? We're gonna... Nope, that's not in space. What is this? Left control? No. Left shift? No. Don't know what it is, but we're just gonna click through as fast as we can, because I want to see if back tattoo is in the concept art that has been revealed. Go to bed, the moment read out yet? No problem. Oh, look at him. The proud father showing off a picture of him and his kid and his lover. Yeah, I'd be a little disgusted with that too, Morgan. It's just like, that's actually the worst way to keep that scene. Oh my god. post-credit scene. I'm glad we were looking forward to the back tattoo, because now we get to see this on stream too. I wasn't looking out for anything in particular. The rest gave me and the others food and stuff for telling them where the blues go, who they talk to. So this kid knows we weren't with the Rust, because the Rust works with them. Ooh. My shoes have been feeling too small. The guys in the building have been really busy lately. Thought if I hung around there, I might see something the Rust would give me new shoes for. I never saw anything worth anything. So you gave up? No. I got scared. What scared you? You won't believe me. No one believes me. Everyone says I'm a liar. Everyone says I'm a liar too. Are you? I can't remember. You see, somebody took something that belonged to me. I don't feel right without it. But I think you could help me find it. What did you lose? My face. I saw the Red Hood. Except she was a lady, not a girl. And she didn't have her hood up. I didn't get a good look at her face, but she was all red. Red hair. What's this? Gold. Thanks. But are you sure? I wasn't any help. You've been a huge help. Now I know to look for red hair. I've tracked more elusive prey with less. Kid has a really cool design. They do. And the fact that has been held from the beginning of the episode, the first character we saw with any text box was Madriani, our bar friend. But they were the second. Because we're not counting the interrogation scene. That was all like no name text boxes and just hands in frame. It was nothing. But that kid, yeah, that is a huntsman. That is a Jaeger of the German persuasion, of which the huntsman term is the English analog for. And they're fucking horrifying. So, God, they were pretty much a tracker of people. A Jaeger monster, huh? Not quite. But yeah, if you look to their use during the 30 Years' War, they are pretty much, if you need to hire someone to be your scout for an area, get your troops, yourself, or family somewhere safe, whatever, either or, you hire the local Jaegers, or you pay them enough to leave you alone. Those are your two options, because they have beef with you. Oh boy, your company commanders might very well be dead in the night with only one single shot. Okay, Fit Chips 2 with a bunch of credit. Concept art proto scenarios. Yeah. Concept art. Please give us back tattoo. Nope, not them. No, that's not... Oh, it's him. Okay, this is still part of the first episode. Here's Dr. Sure. Madriani. Okay, we're getting close. We got Creek in his pod. The backgrounds. Wait. Wait. The hair matches. We got the fucking back tattoo. Okay, right here. That's not a handsome looking dog. But hell yeah, we finally got it. We lost the background decor, but it looks to be just like gray waves or clouds, so it's fine. Komenu, well, you are better with names than me, because I would have had to look up that specific, not lion dog. Lion dogs are different. But there we go. With that, we will now find someone to raid to, and if there's no one fitting, we will just end it there, because we are almost 2 hours after stream. Should have ended. But it was, honestly, 2 hours ago was the middle of that course case, when it is really heating up. We could not have ended it there. It would have only been maybe an hour for all the post-court stuff. So, let's see, it's been done. Over to Twitch. Alright, go to the BRB screen so I can turn off the desktop audio. Alright, we've got playing Dwarf. Nicola's doing just chatting, and Dicentra. What is Dicentra? We'll check Lolotov first. I think it might be too far into the stream to raid. If you have another suggestion that's certainly not so close to ending, Lenora the Yinglich, sure. Let me see. Oh, sweet. All I had to do was type in Lenora and this is autocorrect. Sorry, not autocorrect. Autofill. They certainly have not been on as long as Lola, which is fine. They have a dancing MLP character. I'm blanking on the name. It's not Pinkie Pie, I know that. They're playing Spiritfarer. But they look good. A little slow. Yeah. Yep, they look fine. So let's probably copy paste the name. Okay, slash read. There we go. Allowed the raid. So on that note, thank you for joining me for the end of Chapter 2, my wonderful tome readers, especially those who stayed long enough for not just the post-credit scenes, but also that sweet back tat. But as always, I hope you all are eating enough, drinking enough, getting enough sleep. Take care of your bodies. Your body can take care of you. This weather sucks. Political climate sucks. But take any silver lining you can get. Drink enough water so you can keep getting more great news. Because, good things can come if we are just able to wait. Have your raid message. It's shoot. I don't have anything that wouldn't potentially spoil. So how about second quit? Actually, yeah, we'll do the usual. This is a new person. Point raid. Go. But yeah, thank you all for being here with me. Next week, I will probably just do Look Outside and Too Many Types, since we no longer have this game. See y'all later.